Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint what? 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack some place. He should pack some place.
Why?
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafield sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bedroom.
Mommy, you first can see about Pipoga. Send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
What influences some men to enter into a female-dominated industry? I'm talking about the beauty industry. I'm here at the Maxon Beauty Lounge located on the Christian Village Church. I'm here to speak to a male hairstylist. Yes, he's called Dennis, a Nigerian who has moved to Ghana and is making it big in a female-dominated area. We're going to find out what influenced him, how business is here in Ghana, and some of the challenges in a female-dominated sector. This is a GhanaWeb special with me, Paula Amabruni. Let's get talking. Ta-da. Hi, Dennis.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. It's good to meet you again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm back. This hairstyle won me a lot of accolades. Everybody kept on asking me, oh, who made it for you? And I told them it was a male hairstylist.
Oh.
I'll bring you customers, make you no worry. But today is a 360 conversation. We just want to find out how you're doing business, what influenced you, and everything. But let me introduce you, Dennis Oniha.
Yes,
you introduce
please.
yourself to us, what you do, and what influenced you to be in the beauty industry, which is, you know, female dominated.
Actually, I've been inspired by my auntie. So she does this work, hairdressing.
Okay.
She has a lot of experience. So I really liked it. Very long time. So actually, I've been in the work for like 8 years now.
8
you see.
years.
Yeah. I've been in Ghana for 6 years.
Okay.
So I've been working the work, and it's really a long journey. You see.
I can imagine. But I'm here to get a new look. I don't know what you recommend since I've done the Bantu. What can you recommend today?
Okay, I prefer you go for Rasta, you see, or cornrow, or what do you prefer?
I like Rasta. Maybe something bigger this time.
Okay.
I've done the knotless, the tiny ones, so maybe a new look. So I'll go for Rasta, but bigger and longer.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But if you have a picture, it will be better.
Make I show you. But do clients show you picture? You know, you get issues like, oh, this is not what I want, or you love to see it.
I don't have a problem with any type of picture you have of the breed you want.
Okay. All right. So like something like this, which I'll show you. Like so, something like that is fine.
Okay. Yeah, it's cool.
Let's go. Great. So we get this one off.
It's okay.
How has business been in Ghana? You said you moved here, it's been 6 years, right?
Yes, please.
How has the journey been so far?
The journey is some way.
Some way.
I don't usually work the work always. Like the whole of 6 years, I've not been doing the work. It's like off and on, you see.
Was it, okay, let's take it maybe the era, COVID era. I know we're all home and all that. So in that period, you were just not working, right?
I'm working.
Home service?
Yes, please.
But weren't you scared?
Scared of what?
Contracting the virus?
No. I'm a very hygienic boy, so I'm not.
I see that in
Yes, please.
Great, great. But then there are a lot of Nigerians here in Ghana, and business is good. I don't know what would you say, but what would you say influences your brothers, your sisters to move into Ghana to start business?
That is what they came to do. If it's more favorable to the society or favorable to themselves, you see. When someone is traveling to a different country and going to do some work, you have to focus on customer service and all that.
Yeah.
Personality and characteristics, you see. You're in someone else's country, there are a lot of things to learn from them, their culture and their environment with their, let me just say, their food and all that, you see. Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah. But you made mention of customer service. I would testify. When it comes to Nigerians working here in Ghana, business owners, traders, wherever you find them, you guys are very accommodating, nice, and your customer service is excellent. Do you say that is the main thing that makes you stand out?
Exactly. You see, when you are at home, there is some freedom you have, like it's different from when you are in someone's house, you see. Yeah. As for in Nigeria, there, I can't brag with it, but it's just so different when it comes to work. Even if you are in your own country or so, the customer service is always like that.
Okay.
You see.
So how do you treat your customers when they come in? Even on days where you're having a bad day, how is the relationship like?
My bad day, I left it outside. I don't take it inside the shop. No matter how bad my days are, definitely at the door. Immediately I step inside the shop, you never know if I had a bad day or not.
Okay.
You see.
All right.
Definitely a must.
But you know, working with women, sometimes they claim, which is not true. I would say it's not true. Women are very hard to deal with when it comes to what they want. A lady can show you, okay, this is what I want, but the moment maybe something goes wrong, you are good at what you do, like you don't miss it. But you have an instance where she says this is what she ordered, and maybe this is not what she's getting. Maybe it might be their extension, maybe it might be the weave is not quality and all that. In such situations, how do you handle it?
Yeah, that is what they call customer service. They are always right, no matter even if they are wrong or not. So you have to do what exactly they say you have to do. So as a professional, if a week will not be enough and she requested for something that exceed the limit of the week, you have to go and get some, even if you add it to the base of the total air. You see, when a work is done professionally, it's looking nice.
Yeah.
You actually told the client that this is the amount you wanted to take from the service. And immediately you are done with those work and it's really looking nice the way she wanted it, she can add it to that bill, you see.
Yeah.
So that is the problem most people are having, you see.
Okay. Great.
When they are trying, they'll think of managing wigs and so on and so forth. So it affects the service a lot.
So with me, I like to do consultation. When I go, you see, when I came in, you gave me options.
Yeah.
There are days where I'm inspired by a style. I walk in, I'm like, this is exactly what I want. But then I want to talk to the person who's doing the hair. How important is it to do consultation? Maybe your head, even your head shape is not suitable for that cornrow that you so want. And should you be always honest? And even if you give the advice, the consultation, and the person is still not giving in to you, should you just go ahead and do what they want? But at the end of the day, if it's not nice, they will say your work is not nice.
Yeah, that one there is true. So when it comes to a professional stylist, you see, you have to know the types of hair you're handling, the type of style, and your customer service. Sometimes clients will bring some pictures that won't fit them, you see, or some style that won't be able to do on their hair. So you have to convince them, not like tell them that it won't. You have to bring an option, yeah.
Okay.
In order for you to divide, or you have to bring different options for them. So they should go ahead with that.
Right.
At the end of the day, if it doesn't fit, they will prefer, like I told you, you would have done this style I requested for you. You went ahead and doing something else, and look at what you have done. It's not looking nice on me. So you have to undo it and do what they requested for.
All right.
If that doesn't suit them, So what are you going to do now?
Who do you blame?
Who do you blame?
Yeah.
That one there, you blame no one. The client definitely will send it like that.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But one reason that makes you stand out, the first time I came here, remember when we were doing this hair, it got to this part and I told you I was feeling pain. We were kind of done with the back, right?
Yeah.
But then when you saw the pain I was going through, you were like, no, let's take it off. And you did take it off, even though you had completed this section.
That's what they call customer service. Although you told me it was okay, but I can really see the pain you are going through, so I have to undo it and redo it again because me, I'm not feeling comfortable. Nah, it's not nice.
But women have really suffered when it comes to braiding. You meet some hairstylists, they claim that some people they it's too tight. It looks like it's not their fault. Anybody that comes in, they're like, oh, when you braid, I feel the pain. Your hand is heavy on the head.
Yeah.
For such a situation, sometimes when you talk to the hairstylists, they are not accommodating. They don't want to accept or even take it easy with you. They say a customer is always right, and it's my hair, it's my scalp, and all that. But sometimes you meet some braiders and they don't even want to take your word or put your feelings. It's a lot of pain, especially for people who have natural hair, because my hair is natural, so I don't want someone who doesn't know how to care for natural hair to handle my hair. So what would your advice be to your fellow hairstylists who are not so okay with the feedbacks that customers give them?
They should go and look for a different work to be doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have to. When it comes to customer service, you have to treat your clients very nicely, including, it doesn't matter how much they are paying you. Someone might get hair done and go and bring someone else that will give you a lot of money.
Exactly, referrals.
Yeah, that is the problem most people are having. They feel like this service, this client there doesn't have money, let me do it for her. Any abasa, then take your money and go. It's not really nice. You don't have to underrate anyone when it comes to your work.
Okay.
And you have to give it your all.
Exactly.
No matter what client is telling you, you have to abide to what they are saying. When it's hurting, you have to adjust your hand and focus on your clients. You see,
Exactly.
they are the one paying you, so you have to give them your time, everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dennis, with all your years in the beauty industry, what would you say is your specialty? What do you specialize in? Is it braiding? Is it the weave on? Which one would you say is your best? That anytime you touch it, like, this is my signature. This is a go-to when you want this kind of hairstyle.
The way you put it there, actually, when it comes to this service of it, I really don't know which is my signature. Yeah.
But I've seen your braids, the braids that you do. I've not yet seen like your weaves. Yeah, I've not yet seen it. But then for the braids, I see it pops. The cornrows is good. You've got your patterns right. It's very neat. The pattern, how you cut, everything is just fine. So maybe I'll say it's the braiding.
As for me, the braid is not really my thing.
Well, which one be your thing?
Even the hair cry is not even my thing.
Hey! So you're here, you're in the industry by chance or what?
That one there is true. You see, I'm really good in this work because I commit myself into it, you see.
Okay.
So when I start talking there today, voila.
So the conversation continues. We're done on braiding, we washed the hair, we've stretched it, and now Dennis is in full action. He's braiding. Dennis, so this one is the name of the style that we're doing. It's knotless.
Yeah, it's knotless.
But then there's the braids are bigger.
Yeah, big size.
Big size. Okay, great. But do you know that a lot of hairstylists don't love to work on natural hair? Personally, I have natural hair.
That is true.
And sometimes when I go to the salon, they look at you, okay, natural hair, especially when you have to wash before they start working on your hair. Some hairstylists will reject you. But you are not being fair to us now. Why is it so? Is it so difficult to work with our hair?
Now, as for natural hair, there, natural hair is being done by professionals. When someone saw your natural hair, they start complaining, making some. You know that they are not professional enough to handle your hair.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only few people that are professional enough to handle natural hair. As for me, to be frank, I really prefer natural hair than perm hair.
Really?
Yeah, true.
Well, why is it so?
And to, like, it has a lot of style to be done naturally without wig or extension, you see. Yeah, like twist out. Even when you do rasta, you can also undo it before. There are different styles with curls, finger curls. There are a lot of style you can do with
Okay.
natural hair when
So
it comes to style, yeah.
yeah, but my ladies who are watching, they will testify that if you have natural hair and you go to a salon, sometimes the way they handle it, they are so rough on the hair, not knowing that it's not like the perm where maybe if you are separating it, you are parting it, it hurts. And when you try to complain, they are like, Madam, oh. That's how it happens. So some ladies love to wash their hair at home before bringing it to the salon because not anyone will be so gentle with it. I don't know.
And when someone is trying to tell you indirectly that you are not welcome here, so that is how they treat someone, you see.
Exactly, it
They
happens.
can't tell you that you should stop coming to the place, so they have to treat you in a way that you have to go
You
to
go
a
and
different
never
side.
return.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly, but then we could all do better because caring for the hair is much more important. So, Dennis, with this one, how long would it take
This
for these
one.
braids? Yeah,
And it can take just 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours will be done.
great. So on the regular, when you have knotless, like the smaller ones that a lot of women love to go for, how long does it take?
That one, it will take 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Like small size of knot, like, yeah, 4 hours is okay.
Oh, now the big question, Gary. Now I don't see a lot of women rock that hairstyle. The very tiny ones. Some takes days, but when someone walks into your salon to get Gary done, how long would it take?
Gary, and we have a lot of girls in this shop. It will take just 1 day per. Although it will take our time a lot, but it's just 1 day work.
So you prefer the person comes in very early?
Yes, please, very early, and we'll start doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier in our conversation, you made mention that you also work on dreadlocks.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dreadlocks, sister locks, false locks, butterfly, not all of them are bow, you see. They're all related, so it's just a minor work.
I see. But then there's this misconception that when you lock your hair, you cannot really explore other hairstyles. Is that true? Once the hair is locked,
Depends on the size of the lock, so when it's big locks, that one there is true. You just have to leave it like that, just be interlocking your hair and continue with your locks, because that was what you go for. But when it comes to sister locks, there, yeah, you can do some other style on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. So word on the streets is that when you are a hairstylist and you travel abroad, maybe to the US, the UK, the money is good because their industry, a lot of people love the braids, and the black women there who own salons, they really cash out because someone would love to take like a $300 for braids. Now, if you convert $300 to Ghana cedis or naira, that's a whole lot of money.
That one there is true because we are in Africa, our mentality. When you go there, you think of the taxes and the things they are buying also. It's
Exactly.
also equivalent to the prices. It's just the environment. So you converting it here is different for you being in the country there doing the work, you see. Yeah,
I
it's
see.
true. We have not been to somewhere. That is what we think.
Exactly. Okay. But so if someone wants to come for you to train them how to braid hair, are you open for that? And usually the course, how long does it take?
How long? A year and 3 months is okay.
A year and 3 months.
Yeah.
So with that, you master the braids, the cornrow, the
The wig
wave on.
caps and everything, yes.
I see. But then do you have courses for like maybe women working class, or maybe someone who is traveling outside and wants to maybe just learn how to braid, if you go there, you can use it as a side job? Are there short courses? Especially when I come for what I want specific. Maybe I want to learn how to do weave-ons. Maybe I want to learn how to do
actually, it's open.
It's open.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay. But there's this other question too. I don't know if it's just superstition, but some women claim that you go to a salon, they'll work on your hair. All of a sudden, your hair starts breaking. There are some instances you visit a salon, the moment the person works on your hair, then miraculously the hair starts growing faster and all that. That is why some women love to stick with a particular hairstylist. How true is that? Do you have magical fingers?
No, that is what they call professionals.
Hey, this professional dear.
As for that one, it's true.
Yeah.
When it comes to professional job and you know what you are doing, you see, when you take good care of something, you see, without any miracle or something, it's normal. Yeah, you definitely take good care of something very carefully and it will be growing well. But when you are doing the thing basa, so definitely you end up having something basa. It's
Basa
natural.
like that.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
true.
it. But do you speak any Ghanaian language? Are you fluent in any? And I am country.
I will met it you. My chief. As for my talk, I mean.
What did you do, kakra?
No, as for me and tree there. Me, they don't want to teach me tree. I'm always busy. Yeah, only brofu pay. That is what I say.
But you haven't made Ghanaian friends who are willing to, or you are too busy to sit down for them to take you through the tree
I'm
thing?
too busy. Oh. I'm always at work doing one or two. As for that Ghana language, it will be very difficult for me. Oh.
I see. So which part of Nigeria do you come from?
I'm from Edo State.
Edo State.
Yes, please.
So what's your official language?
That one is also the Edo language.
Edo language.
Yeah, I'm from East and West, you see. We have different regions in that Edo State. East and West is Ekpoma, that side.
Oh, okay.
That's where I come from.
I see. We're almost done. That's the very last one. So they want to say that when it comes to the beauty industry, having to be a hairstylist, is it very profitable? Money day inside.
Money
Ah.
day inside though.
Eh?
Yeah, money day inside, and they should come and prove, invest themselves. Do you know how many shops are in Ghana that there's no stylist inside? As for the money day, but who will be the one working?
It entails a lot of hard work and dedication. Yeah.
So it's the service that matters a lot, not just the salon itself.
But then there are not, like, you know, a good number of male hairstylists. Because it's a female dominated, we see a lot of women in there. How do you feel being a man in this industry? Do you have like male colleagues?
Yeah, when I, like, to be frank and sincere, the person that taught me this work was actually a male.
Oh.
And the shop, there are more than 20 guys there, you see.
In Nigeria?
Yes, please.
Okay, okay.
And the ladies are not plenty. Yeah, so I'm cool.
So is it normal on a regular to see a lot of male braiders in Nigeria compared to Ghana?
That one there is true. A lot of guys that are braiders, mostly, even in Ghana here, it's only few of them that based on braids. They no pedicure and manicure, nails, that's what they do, and barbering, you see.
All right, Dennis, so it's all done. I love my braids, I must say. It's looking good. How long did it take us?
How long? I didn't check the time. I think it's 3 hours.
2 hours, yeah. So yeah, you should. If you have never had a male hairstylist treat your hair, you should. I will recommend that you visit a salon or a lounge like the Mexican Beauty Lounge on the Christian Village Stretch, where you could meet one of the best hairstylists who's doing great. So this is Ghana Web Special. I am Paula Amabuni. Thanks for doing the watching.
When Efia Schwarzenegger came in for delay indirectly, talking about, say, on warrior, using pregnant, these are the things I will come after you. Sometimes I'll tell you, your song is not nice. Some of them rent the cars to prove the point. When you start working on TikTok, let me put it that way, you realize you wouldn't have time for any regular job.
It's an all-new season of your favorite celebrity chat show, Talkatainment. Watch the first episode on Wednesday, February 8, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Hanukre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this Sunday Sika Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint what? 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
When Efia Schwarzenegger came in for delay indirectly, talking about, say, on warrior, using pregnant, these are the things I will come after you. Sometimes I'll tell you, your song is not nice. Some of them rent the cars to prove the point. When you start working on TikTok, let me put it that way, you realize you wouldn't have time for any regular job.
It's an all-new season of your favorite celebrity chat show, Talkatainment. Watch the first episode on Wednesday, February 8, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Hanukre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this Sunday Sika Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
I went to Bato in 2002, April, after my house job in Kolebu. And I went with another doctor, now a big surgeon. We intended to stay for 2 years. and then go back to Kolebu and then specialize. We wanted to do obstetrics and gynecology. When I went there, I met a nun, Sister Idgita Gorgeous, who was from Germany, a gynecologist. She became my mentor. Let me say one thing she said, that one person does not make a hospital. Kofi Efa alone cannot make a hospital. So when you get all these accolades, you must appreciate that it has taken more than one person. I may operate. We have an anesthetist who gives the anesthesia. We have recovery room, perioperative nurses who work with us, recovery room staff who take care of the patients. When we come to cervical cancer prevention and training center, I cannot mention it without talking about Miss Ethel Tekbo and then Miss Comfort or Mrs. Comfort Womeno. They are the backbones. But that is to put it aside. Sister Edita Gorgeous came from Germany and spent 42 years in Bato. In more difficult times, when there was no light, no electricity in Bato, it was difficult to get water. They stayed there for 42 years and finally left Bato in August 2012. They finally left Bato in August 2012. That is 10 years ago, 10 and a half years ago. When they were going back, and I would not want to tell long stories about what I did leave before coming back, because that was the year they were going. We needed somebody in Bato to hold the fort. I decided to go there. My motivation was the fact that these were Germans who had left a legacy not for Bato alone, but for the whole country. The Bato you see now is a legacy for the whole country. What the hospital does in other places, this would be a national asset. I am not from Bato. I struggled. Every year, my ever increases by 1% from some time. Now I'm 12%. I don't speak Ewe. I struggle to speak Ewe. I understand a bit. I speak a little. Very basic. But when they were leaving, the Germans were leaving, I told myself I was going to stay for 5 years, because the first 5 years are the most difficult years when any system gets that the changeover. Here I am. I've been there 10 years and counting. I am happy because of this recognition. It means people recognize what you have done. But, Honorable, you said something. It goes beyond me. It goes beyond me. When I was a young medical student, very young boy in Accra, we heard about the neurosurgeon, Dr. Mustafa, who killed himself, and died a pauper. I've asked myself, I've stayed in April, I'll be 21 years in Bato. I have not done a single locum. That doesn't mean I don't operate in other hospitals. Sometimes they call me, I go and do it for free. I don't charge. It is not because when people ask me, Dr. Bano, they always say it. I tell them my father left me a pot of gold. I'm joking. The point is that, you see, life goes beyond money. But you need money to survive. As it is now, I still rent a place to stay. I don't have my own place. Let's look at it this way. If a doctor like me works, I have 10 years to retire. 10 and a half years, or maybe less than 11 years to retire. If I give my all, where would I be? You know, I told you that the German, and I'm happy the media is here. You see, I would be very happy. The story goes beyond just receiving a gift. I would be very happy if you get the perspective. It is important for sustainability of healthcare in this country. The German nun who came to Bato for 42 years was not a Ghanaian. I have worked with other people from Europe. When they work this hard, as I have done, they do not think about retirement where they will sleep.
Yes.
I am still thinking, in the next 2-3 years, where will I be? This is serious. And younger people are looking up to me. They look at the car I drive, a second-hand Toyota Corolla. Dr. Bano, they tell me it does not befit me. I tell them, the most important thing is to get to work and then back. I drive it once a week, sometimes once in 2 weeks. At a point in time, I started, it wouldn't start because I had not started it in over 3 weeks. The battery was dead. But that is not about it. If you have a doctor who is putting in all this, who is not spending his money on women, oh no, you see, who is, when I close from work, for the 22 years, every year, I am paid less than the number of hours that I work. And that is what, you see, until recently, that the medical association worked for conditions of services for doctors. We didn't have any conditions of service. You just work and work and work. If you have the good conscience, you may end up falling down. Those without the conscience would leave the hospital and go and do private practice. They are the ones who are making money. And unfortunately, if I tell you the number of people, some of my own relatives, who tell me, what have you seen in Bato? Why can't you come and set up your own place? You make more money. Then I tell them, if I had my peace of mind and I know that when I retire, I am not going to be a pauper. In fact, I will put in even more. And there are many doctors like me. How do we get these doctors to put in there? Because I am at the prime. In fact, I am even beyond my prime. I can see the number, if I'm operating now, I struggle compared to 5-8 years ago. When I was operating 8 years ago, it was effortless. Now I struggle a bit. So I have gone past my peak, my prime. I'm actually this. So younger ones must replace me. At this point, you ask yourself, how many young ones would be willing to come and do what we are doing? The other point is that even if I had not done what I had done and decided to do it at a much later stage, when I was convinced about my security, where I will stay after retirement, we wouldn't achieve this. So it is extremely important that younger ones would have. I would like to quote, let me quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He said, philanthropy is commendable, but it must not make the philanthropist overlook the circumstances of economic injustice which make philanthropy necessary. Philanthropy is commendable, but it must not make the philanthropist overlook the circumstances of economic injustice which makes philanthropy necessary. Yes, your gesture, Honorable, perfect. I have a personal relationship with him. He knows me. I am neither NDC nor MPP. He knows what I write and what I can write and what I will write after this.
Just have mercy on me.
So it is good to have philanthropy, to donate this to me. But a system that paid me well so that I wouldn't have needed this philanthropy would be better. But it is not possible. If I tell you how much I earn in a month, you would wonder. And some of us are conservative. I am not investing in private things because I'm very conservative. And when you try to invest with the government, treasury bills and bonds, look at where we are. No, all jokes aside. So you can imagine my fears about my retirement. My fears about retirement. So, as we sit here, I would like this discussion to go beyond philanthropy from time to time to a system that rewards people to be able to take care of their lives, not just to rely on philanthropy. And this is what I would want it to end. So, the young ones are watching. If you don't have an MP like the Northern MP, there may be people in other regions doing what I'm doing who do not have this kind of MP. What happens to them? They will die of paupers. So at a point in time, everybody decides that, okay, I've done my best. let me at this point, so I would say that let me at this point leave Bato and go and concentrate on some private practice so that I retire. Meanwhile, this is the time I have the most experience to share and then to transform the country. To be able to make some doctors like us continue like this, we need some security to do that. And I say I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting usually for those who are coming after me.
The water is blue. Love from Zanzibar.
Hi guys, we are back again. We are back again. It's the excitement for me. So I'm right here in Stone Town, which is one of the oldest towns in Zanzibar, and today is a tour day. So I'm going to the prison island, which is very close to my hotel. My hotel is just like 2 minutes walk from here. So I'm about to pick a boat, and it costs us $20 in and out. They're going to wait for us till we are done with the tour. So we are about to go, and of course I need to take you along. So whenever you come to Zanzibar, you know what to do. It's also an activity you can do. Guys, I forgot to mention, it's cheaper when you're in a group, because we are alone now and there's no one around to join us. So yeah. Three islands. The first one, as you can see there, is the prison island. This, he said, is a snake island. It's very small. And this is the grave island. I'm here to know what happens at all these islands, so I'm sure you're all excited just as I am. So let's go, guys. The prison island. It took us about 25 minutes boat ride, and yeah, it looks really very beautiful here. I'm excited to see everything here, so let's go back. It cost us 1,000 Tanzania shillings, so 2,000 for us both. After paying the 1,000, you have to pay 6,000 Tanzania shillings, which is $3. So we just made payment. We paid that in dollars, so our change is in dollar. So yeah, you can come here with your USD if you have some.
Yeah, my name
so
is
this
Samuel.
is my tour guide for today. What's your name?
My name is Samuel.
Huh?
My name is Samuel.
Samuel.
Yes, I'm private guide for the island.
Okay.
Yes. So
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Where are you from?
We are from Ghana.
Ghana. Wow. I have friends from Ghana.
From
today.
Ghana, yeah.
Yes. Hakuna matata.
Asante sana.
You have to walk around because now you are in a turtles area.
Okay.
Yes.
So officially going to see the giant turtles in the Adabla. Whatever you talk about your giant in the Adabla, you have to talk about a special thing.
Okay.
In East Africa, because turtles which are here, you cannot see anywhere in this East Africa. Only Zanzibar, you can see in a Prison Island, and also you can see in the Seychelles Island. Second, you can see in Galapagos in Ecuador, in Galapagos in East America.
Okay.
So this is a special piece of tortoise which is called Giant and the Adabla.
Okay. So I'm very excited. We are going to see the biggest tortoise here, and it requires a lot of walking, so we are going. Look at this. How old is this?
They have 70 years old.
70 years old.
Yeah, 120 kilograms.
Wow.
Yes.
Asking, how are you able to tell their ages?
Yeah, a lot of turtles they have marking. The marking is they just put in paint.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I know. So also you can see the small gazilla or diggy.
Deer.
Yeah, deer. So this is a special piece also because they never grow up. Here is adult, so they never grow up more.
So this is the way it's gonna be.
Yes, this is the male.
What's
so
the local name?
Yeah, you see, they have a horn.
What's the local name?
Yeah.
The local name.
Yeah.
For this.
Yeah.
Diggy.
Yes. But also, this is a babu. You know babu? What I mean? Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Yeah. Yes. This is the original turtles which is coming from Seychelles Island from more than 200 years ago.
Wow, he's such an old man.
Yes, old man. So you can get the opportunity also to feed. If you want to feed, hakuna matata. Just come and feed it.
So guys, I'm going to be feeding the oldest tortoise here in Prison Island.
Yes. Okay. He's about 200 years old.
Wow.
Giant turtles. The guy who are coming from Seychelles Island more than 200 years ago.
Wow.
It was born in 1825 and is coming Zanzibar 1850. So this is the first one from
wow.
Zanzibar.
Wow, such a big tortoise.
Also, you can get the opportunity if you want to take a selfie, you can take selfies. He likes so much to sleep in the cave because it's cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is that why you feed them only from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
Yes.
He's chilling.
Yeah.
He's so full.
Yeah.
That's
So
okay.
also when the tide of water coming high, this area when you walk around you can see too much water coming because it was more than 18th century ago. The island it was inside in the sea. So that's why now here.
What water do they drink? Do they drink fresh water?
Yes.
So you give them fresh water?
Yeah, they get fresh water from the front one.
Okay. So you mentioned that sometimes water comes from the sea here.
Yes.
What happens? Do you see them around?
No problem because you know, whatever you talk about this island, you know, the nature of island, it was inside in the sea.
Okay.
You see, this island, it was, before it was no island here. So
it was covered with water.
Yes. So the tide of water now is going
down.
Low. So that's why the island is coming up. So when you walk around in the cave like this one, you can see water inside until now.
Oh, okay.
Inside you can see water.
Oh,
yeah.
we will not do that.
Yeah.
If you're a cave person and you want to explore that cave into the sea, this is something you can also try.
But then, how big is the island?
They're 30 by 1 mile.
30 by 1 mile.
1 mile, yes.
We have seen the oldest. We are going to see the biggest tortoise here in the Prison Island. I'm very happy. I'm very excited. Let's go!
You have to see how big it is.
Wow.
He's enjoying it.
Yes, they like so much massage. You too, if you want to, you can touch. Don't be scared, you can touch.
He's enjoying it.
Massage.
This is the nature of this kingdom animal. They like so much massage.
Like massage?
Yeah, he's enjoying it.
Feet massage or body massage?
culture, when our turtles are drinking water, they're using nose, not mouth.
They use their nose?
Yes, they're just pulling like an elephant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when you see, just to see. That's why when you see, they just put a whole neck in there.
So guys, we have seen the tortoise. We are currently going to the prisons, where the prisons are located. So let's go, guys. The prison building.
So inside in the prison, whatever you see there, almost it was a cell before, but now they're using it as a resort.
Okay.
So that is the washroom, that side is a prison bar.
So this used to be one of the cells, it's now a bar. To the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed exploring this beautiful island in Zanzibar called the Prison Island. This place is a must visit whenever you come to Zanzibar. It took us about 1 hour of tour, and I mean you can relax here by the beautiful beaches if you want. I had a good time. It cost us $7 each, and yeah, I hope you found this video helpful. Come take some pictures with the tortoise. Come and experience the whole island just like I did in this vlog. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Thanks for the love and support. Until next time on my next video. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Not long ago, in January 7, 2009, I took the very first step in this chamber towards becoming a representative for the people of Ijumakon, Enyan, Esiam in the central region of Ghana. So Speaker, 14 years on, as a young, fresh legislator, I have the unique honor of being entrusted with the leadership of the Minority Caucus in the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. With this, Mr. Speaker, and with all humility, I recognize this as the greatest honor done me and my new leadership colleague, made up of Honorable Ama Kofibwa, Honorable Kwame Abuja, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, and Honorable Comfort Doyo. Mr. Speaker, we wish to convey our profound gratitude to our party, the great NDC in particular, and our colleagues on the minority side for this opportunity to serve at an even higher level and to help shape the trajectory of Parliament. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express on behalf of my colleagues our profound appreciation and thanks to the immediate past minority leader and my senior brother, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, for his many years of distinguished public service and his sterling leadership of the Minority Caucus since 2017. Mr. Speaker, his is an honorable political and legislative career which has become a reference point for many who aspire to participate in Ghanaian politics, and particularly in public service. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to endeavor to continue on the admirable path he has charted in the helm of the Minority Caucus, and to live up to the very lofty standards that he has laid down in its leadership. I know for sure, Mr. Speaker, that I can count on his wise counsel and tap in his vast knowledge and experience in parliamentary practices and leadership going forward. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, our deep appreciation goes to the immediate past Deputy Minority Leader and the Chief Whip, Honorable Muntaka and Honorable James Kruche Abeji, respectively. Mr. Speaker, both gentlemen have been the very backbone in which the Minority Caucus has leaned all these years. Their masterful perspective on the affairs of this House have enhanced the work of the caucus and in Parliament as a whole. We in the minority are privileged to have them as part of our caucus. To my colleagues on the minority side, we pledge to offer a fair and unbiased, balanced, consultative, and principled leadership in our journey to broaden the frontiers of parliamentary oversight and to hold the Akufo-Addo and the Alhaji Bawumia government to account in a manner that helps deliver public goods. Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues on the majority side, I wish to convey from this side of the House that even as we remain firm, resolute, and principled in our journey to discharge our oversight duties as a caucus, we shall not be needlessly obstructionist in as much as what is under consideration is in the interest of the people of Ghana, and the right process and requirements have been adhered to. Again, Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, our minister responsible for finance informed the nation that Ghana needs an IMF bailout by March 2023, else our economy will crash. It is interesting to note that this is the same finance minister who recently said that Ghana, I can tell you, in quote, that I can tell you, we are not going back to IMF. Whatever we do, we are not going back. The consequences are there. We are a proud nation. We have the resources. We have the capacity. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We are not the people of short sight, and we move on. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana looks up to us to mount a barrier between them and the worsening standards of governance, especially because of the hung nature of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, this demands the highest level of scrutiny of government policies and activities to prevent the infliction of more damage and pain on an already weary and overburdened populace. It is unclear, based on the history of the majority side in this House, in the 8th Parliament, whether they are motivated, like we are, to put the brakes on the very poor governance we have seen so far. Mr. Speaker, I can say with all the confidence I can muster that we on the minority side mean business and we are up to the task. Again, Mr. Speaker, we are simply unwilling to countenance any more bad governance, and we will insist on the highest level of performance from all government officials and institutions over whom this Parliament has oversight and jurisdictions. We are unwilling to be part of any negligence of duty of any sort, and neither shall we tolerate any lackadaisical attitude towards the work of this House by public officials. We will maintain the highest level of vigilance and offer intense scrutiny of government programs, policies, agreements, bills, and legislative instruments. We will also not compromise on what we earnestly believe to be the right thing. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is our solemn pledge as the Minority Caucus under my leadership to the people of Ghana. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your strong leadership of this House and the very long years of public service. Mr. Speaker, I look forward working closely with you and the members of Parliament in this my new capacity as the minority leader, and to ensure a smooth and orderly execution of our mandate as Parliament on behalf of the people of Ghana.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches, dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stakes, they are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, back Canocre. Susan Pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing is unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
There should be a lesson. When Efia Schwarzenegger came in for delay indirectly, talking about, say, on warrior, using pregnant, these are the things I will come after you. These are things, you should be human enough. But if you are not human enough, then my shade will come after you.
It's an all-new season of Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. In this new season, we bring you exclusive interviews, great content from your favorite celebrities and personalities in Ghana. I am Paula Amabroni. When we return, I introduce my guest, my first guest for the year 2023. You're welcome back. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, seated in my couch is Ghanaian TikToker. His name Time GH, some people call him Time and all that. We are going to find out from him, you know, his story, how he creates his content. If you follow Time on social media, you know that he has some controversial things. You know, he loves to address issues and, you know, find a funny way of addressing issues here in Ghana. So, Time, you are welcome.
Thank you.
You look good.
Thank you. So I'm the first.
Yeah, for the year. For
wow.
an all-new season.
It's a good start.
Yeah. So we're going to shake some tables. Yeah.
Okay.
Here in Ghana, you know, TikTokers, some people say you have a lot of controversies and all that, and then, you know, people having to put a tag on you, whether it's you can be termed as celebrities and all that. Later, I'm going to find out how you feel. But you're welcome once again.
Oh, thank you so much for having me here.
You're welcome.
Your studio is very beautiful. I love your colors here, the coffee, you know.
Yeah, the whole blend thing going on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I feel like I'm in the UK, you know.
Oh,
yeah, your studio is
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Now, Time, I want to find out, you have a wide following when it comes to social media, your Instagram, and then, you know, when you go to TikTok, where, you know, you're very
Facebook,
popular. Facebook,
even on Twitter.
Oh, across.
Yeah, all around.
Yes, I love that. Now, I want to find out, TikTok in Ghana, is it a very lucrative avenue? How much do you generate? Because people say that, like, you know, TikTokers now, when we study your lifestyle and all that, lose like but you can tell us roughly, like in a month, how much can you generate, depending on, you know, the number of followers that you have.
Well, it depends on your category, because when you come on TikTok, we have comedy, we have dance, we have drama, we have lifestyle, we have tourism and all of that. So it depends on what you are selling and the people you are appealing to. There are also people who are on live, generating money from live. We have TikTok live where you get virtual gifts, then it's translated into currency like money. So people recharge, maybe I can recharge $100. If I'm watching people's video on live and I feel like gifting them, then maybe I can take $10. You use it to buy a rose. You have different types of it. A lion is even up to $500. Yeah, wow. Yeah. People earn like $500. So those are virtual gifts. It comes once in a while. It's not constant. So that is the other side of TikTok. And we have the Creators Fund. It's really not active in Africa, you know. But as time goes on, I hope like if our banking and our financial system are very good, they will open it up for people in Africa. So that is also another side. Then when you come to Ghana, like what we are benefiting from endorsement deals. So it depends on how hard you work. And these advertisement commercials, we do all of that, you know. Some people are doing it for MC, It's a whole industry and it's very lucrative.
Great.
It's a full-time job because when you start working on TikTok, let me put it that way, you realize you wouldn't have time for any regular job.
Oh, okay.
Some people to come in and they quit their job, you know,
and
then they realize
they
are not able to sustain it, so they have to go back to their job. So if you have a job, not a salary work, then it's your own job or a personal work, then you can combine the two.
Great. So you make mention of endorsement deals and gigs and all that.
Yeah.
What are some of the brands that you've worked for?
For me, luckily for me, I work for Jumia. We've been on a long break. I hope they will come back. I'm a full-time, I'm an influencer for GoTV. Yeah, they've signed me for a year. I hope by the end of the year, maybe they will renew my contract, depending on how, yeah. Then you have gigs, ads coming through every single day. We have music promotions. We have, once you are generating traffic, it's money, it's marketing. So it's up to you as an individual to channel and strategize how best you can use it to get money.
All right, so if I have a song, I want you to promote it for me and I come to you, how much will you charge me?
It depends also.
So maybe I want you to dance with it or, play it in a video, make me hype the whole song for me.
Yeah, people are charging, let's say the average is from like 1,000 to 3,000.
3,000
and it's still 3,000 Ghana cedi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, depending. Okay. Some of the dancers, I heard, some of the dancers like the Dance God, this PW Academy, they charge in dollars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when you give them the contract, they have a group of dancers and they share the money, you understand? So they are a team, so everybody uploads and it's more effective. So it depends on the song. But with musicians, probably they will need variety. They will need somebody do comedy, somebody do drama, somebody do dance, So it's very lucrative. So what has been
your biggest gig from a musician?
For musicians, I've worked for Enam. She's an upcoming artist.
Enam, the lady with the dread.
Yeah, I know the song I did. I've forgotten the name of the song. It won a nomination for 3 music awards.
Okay.
When she approached me, I told her, I can't trust that the song will blow, but I can move it to a certain level where if you start a new song, you build from that side. Sometimes they don't tell them the truth. Sometimes I'll tell you, your song is not nice. So just know it's not nice. But I'm trying to do something around it. If your budget too is too small, then we find a way. So me, I don't have a card rate. Like you come on TikTok influencers, they'll tell you, oh me, I charge 600, 300 or 3,000. No, I have to look at your pocket, your budget. Then I work around it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Now, when you come to Ghana, TikTokers, it kind of looks like now the lavish lifestyle. You flaunt things on social media and all that. Some have called it unexplained wealth. I want to understand. Is it the money that you are generating that is funding, the big houses, the clothing, the cars that we see some of our female and male TikTokers drive? Or should we say it is just for show?
Some are not for show. Some are definitely for show, But the thing is, it's branding. And for me, it's a psychological game everybody is playing. Because early on when we started, people felt we are joking. So people needed to prove that this is how much we are worth. So some of them rent the cars to prove the point, which for me, if it doesn't have a long-term effect on your personality or your mental health, then it's good. But for me, I still do my chotro, I do my okada, I call myself cocktail, I do a little bit of Uber. It depends on where you are coming from. I don't do more of lifestyle content. Like I go to parties, I go to Dubai, I mostly do comedy, drama. I do with drama issues. So for us, we don't have a problem. But we have people who need to keep it up. Because, Afrochella came, other big events, and some of the influencers were hired to promote it. They deal with more of the lifestyle, So they have to
keep up the game.
They have to keep up the game.
But would you say that it's pressure, PPH?
It's still pressure. It's still pressure, but they are getting something out of it. Yeah. Some brands wants to look at your lavish lifestyle, then, match up with it. So that is what it is. Some too are Dadabi, so some are from rich homes. So they have uncles' cars are there. My mommy is there. So even the gigs coming, you know,
can afford your car.
Can afford their fuel and all of that. You understand? So everybody, if you have someone like Wesley Kessie is from a rich home. So if Wesley Kessie is getting 10,000 Ghana cedi in a month, you understand? And me from a Japa house, you know, I'm also earning 5,000 or 8,000, a little bit like 2,000 difference, you know. I'm thinking of my rent. I'm thinking of my costume, up and down and all of that. So my lifestyle goes into that budget. But for him, that car will fear. All he has to do is buy fuel, spread his friends.
So some people, of course, they've made it before, you know, the TikTok phase.
Exactly, exactly. Great. So you need to know where you are coming from and your brand.
Okay.
Yeah, and your brand. You just can't follow anyone just like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Augustus Edujefi Boate. How did you get the name Time?
I came to social media to promote my song because I love music. I started as a musician.
Oh, okay.
And I was jumping to one influencer or the other, and no much, you know how it is. So that is where I got the name. Time is the name of God. Time is timeless. You know, time rules the world. This show cannot last for more than 5 hours. It has a duration. So there is no single day people will not mention my name, Time. I had to choose a name that will ring a bell on people's mind every single day as an artist. So that's how I started.
Nice, nice. So Time, if for those of you who don't follow you, if you go on his social media platform, he has great content and all that. One that really caught my eye, gas no Genesee. I don't know if you agree that was like one of your viral videos.
I've had several viral.
But then that one, honestly
it also
speaking,
went,
but personally from you, which video did you say really did you good, really traveled? If you're going to pick like maybe a few.
Because I was doing variety, I was tackling different issues. I had a video about nurse, group of the nursing society.
Okay.
It also went. I had a video about police. It also went. So everybody, depending on where they come from, you find from someone who never even watched what you say went viral. I had one video too in Nigeria which went viral. So for me, I had a couple of videos going different directions.
Right. So for the one that I say is my favorite. That's I wish you could see, but then maybe we'll find a way of playing that particular video.
Okay.
So with that one, what went into it? How did you come up with that? I know there's something that people say every day. You know, the question you're asking, how did you go about that
one? So initially when I make videos and people enjoy it so much, like this particular one, I have to sit down and analyze what makes people like what I say or the things I do. Then I realize it has shareability content or it's relatable. So mostly when I'm just myself, anything can come up. So far as I open my spirit and I'm very observant, I make these kind of videos. So that particular one, I just went to the gas station to fill my gas. And I couldn't even get a boat to direct to my house. So when I dropped at my main junction, I had to walk, you know, with my gas. So once walking, I met this woman selling shoes, and she said, gas no you're saying. Actually, I met two people on the way asking me gas no you're saying. Then I told her, it's 88. That time it was 90 cedis. So my way coming, I was, this question can be annoying because very because depending on how much you are filling. For all you know, you can't even fill a full full cylinder. You might fill half or 20 cedis or 10 cedis. So it just came to my mind, and I did the first record. This thing is catchy. Let me do another record. And
that was it.
Great. Then people felt it.
Great. So with your content, what goes into it? Do you write your own content, or you have a team that, you know, maybe they are observing social media trends and like, okay, this is trending, do it? How do you go about your content?
I think Me, I don't have a team now.
Okay.
I think the more Ghanaian I am, the more realistic I am, then I get content. I have to be empathetic and be in people's shoes. So you realize these are not the things just for me, but they are things for the people. Okay. So far as I continue to be more Ghanaian, then I realize this is what is going on. That's why I said people are creating content. You were earlier saying people are showing off cars, showing off big houses and all of that. You don't need to as a content creator. You need to be realistic and be yourself.
Real,
that is
original.
where, you know, because when you succumb to this pressures, hey, now I'm trending, I have to look like the... If you stop sitting in church, where are you going to get all of these ideas and these content from? You have to keep up being yourself, enjoying yourself. You understand? Apart from security, where there are times you can't be in public space because of security. You have to eat your wache. You have to be yourself. Enjoy do the things you love to do. You keep flowing and keep on being the voices for the people.
And that is where you get the inspiration.
That is where I get my inspiration.
But when you just
from.
talk about security, I know that some people say, I interviewed some comedian, and he was telling me that, oh, you know, Ghanaians, we don't know how to take jokes. We take things too personal. For your content that you have created, has anyone come to attack you, or have you suffered any live threats or anything? Oh,
we do get it online. Maybe I don't go out a lot, that's why. But once you step on people's toes, they really, if you step on a dog's toes, they will have to bite you. You know, so definitely some of my contents have a lot of shading. So you have to do it in a very respectful way. You know, but you definitely meet your meter one of these days.
Time, you say your content has a lot of shade, which I really agree. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation with Ghanaian TikToker Time GH.
Musumu peseyo, uko fili gasa, ubiye sha no busao, na unya ne sen, ufili na ye sen. Ko fili we die. Ufili asu kwa be hu, de bi anya 10 cedi na busa. Ufa gas ne tintin se de nkwa 10 cedi ya na ufili. Untimi akoto bidi o. Me dey wa feeling ma nipa be 10 when e share when I feel wunya ne sen and I feel say adru sen obeto bidi.
Welcome back. This is Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. I'm seated here with Ghanaian TikToker Time. Before we went on that break, you were talking about, you know, some of the content have been a little bit shady. I follow you. I'm a big fan, I must say. So some time ago, I observed that you were, you know, making content about Ifya Schwarzenegger, and then later on it came to Nana Agrada. I just want to find out, do you specifically maybe, like, I don't want to use the word target, but then someone who follows you, maybe a fan of Ifya and like, why are you talking so much about it? Why are you putting her matter, you know, in the public space?
Oh, like I said earlier on, it's what is trending, it's what is hot. They are the hottest. They are very hot on social media. They are the queens on social media. They make noise. When they talk, people listen. So definitely, sometimes they love it. To be honest, I remember one time I shaded Shatawale in one of my videos, and some people were saying, you meet Papa, you meet Papa. So I posted it on Twitter, and I captioned it, hey, Shatawale, don't beat me. Or so it's something similar. Then he responded like, no, I'm not going to beat you. I love it, pa, you know. It adds to their brand. If they really understand entertainment, they know it's in the right direction. It even sometimes takes people's attention from the seriousness and the insults, and they just laugh over it. But you realize you find people too in their camp who will feel, oh, it could be, say, somebody has paid you to do that or just to disgrace them. But in the spirit of love, it's all about, you know, adding up to adding up to a good content.
So you don't have any bad blood when it comes
You
to
can't.
Ifya
You can't.
specifically with Ifya.
That's what I'm saying. The more hotter she becomes, the more we go for those content.
Okay, so you are in for the violence.
We are in for a lot of
Peace
the
is
violence.
an name.
No.
Okay.
Peace is my enemy. You
Hey,
understand?
sound.
Yeah.
Okay. So with the Nana Agrada on to, you know, you put a lot of effort and energy into your content. You could have just stood anywhere, but then you went on location to a church when a whole arrest came.
Yeah.
So with something like that, do you feel like sometimes don't you feel like you are threatened? Anything could happen on the ground, or people could come after you? Not just on social media, physically.
Physically, that's what I'm saying. It still depends. You know, you realize most of my content, or I would probably say all of my content, are free from insult and personal attacks.
Hey, time!
I can shade you to go into your system, but it's like I say, police nearby, any soldier nearby. There's a difference. You understand? Soldier ni beti nearby, basa, but police ni beti nearby. Na call with them. You will find an evidence say about me. You understand? So that is the strategy. You just have to realize that you have to be respectful. You don't insult people, and you should know court for her. You can have court issues, so you have to be smart as much as you're out there. But still, there should be a lesson. When Ifya Schwarzenegger came in for delay indirectly, talking about, say, on warrior, using pregnant, these are the things I will come after you. These are things, you should be human enough. But if you are not human enough, then my shade will come after you. You understand? I wouldn't insult you directly. I don't target you as a person, but I target what you say or your actions.
Okay.
That is basically it.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So have you ever had someone walk up to you and like, oh, time, I want to pay you. I want you to diss this person, go after this person. Some people, some content creators say they've experienced things like that. So have you experienced? And even if someone has, you know, plans of, contacting you to, target someone, are you open to that?
They don't come. No, they won't come because they feel if they come, I'll let the cat out of the bag. You understand? Sometimes they look deep inside and they realize, my content is not biased. My content is not biased, so I think that will put them off. But if they come, they should try and see. I might end up using their issue itself as a content. You understand? But I stand for truth. Your content should have some authenticity in it. Okay. I deal with social issues. I deal with things that bothers people. You realize I wouldn't have any personal interest just to go for one particular person. Okay. You understand? All right. Yeah, that's how it is. Wait. That's how it is.
So with the onset during the COVID era, when we were all at home and this whole TikTok became a big craze, it was people doing fun things. It was lovely to, watch, create accounts and all that. But currently, if we are being very honest, now it kind of looks like it's insult. Today someone is attacking someone, they go on live, so recently someone was telling me that, the TikTok that we used to be, now it's all about insults, beef and all that. Personally, from where you sit, would you agree with that? Or if not, what do you think can be done to sanitize the whole TikTok thing? Because it's not a good name, honestly speaking. Sometimes when I log on, some people can just record the filthy language just because they want to trend. Talking about, like, it's too dirty. And then this is a place where children too go for, it's a big space. Yeah. As a famous TikToker here in Ghana, what do you think can be done? Or do you think it helps with the number, so we should just come
No, it doesn't help with the number. I think, sir, to be honest, there's a whole lot of beef and insult, like you're saying, going on. Right. But there are good sides to going on. It depends on where your attention is. But definitely, the negative side will try to pull off the bad side, the good side. Yeah. For me personally, TikTok is still just an extension or an extended form of our realities as a people. This has been as Ghanaians. In our schools, in our homes, even in churches, these things goes on. But TikTok is just reflecting that. If you live in a compound now, you realize these things happen. But we've gotten an opportunity, so we are just moving these things there. It was in Facebook, they move and they've all migrated to TikTok, and they are doing it. Sometimes I don't really concentrate on these beats because I have social issues to deal with. I'm creating, I'm directing myself, I'm doing a lot. There are people to doing lifestyle, tourism. TikTok is broad. It depends on where you want to put your energy, you know. But these people are in just to make their name. But they won't last because they go, they come, they go, they come. So if you are if you're on TikTok, it's up to you to decide where you focus your energy and you channel yourself to. These things you can't force them. You can't force them. It's not like this abrofu, they understand our language and they will take you off, you know. But when people abuse you, when people wrongfully accuse you, you can report them. You know. But TikTok is having a lot of difficulties and challenges too, because early on they started like when you have an account and you have 10 people report you, then there's a legitimate reason, so they put you off. But people were also using that means to sabotage people, where clean accounts were also unanimously reported for no reason, and they were putting, so it was becoming difficult. That's the reason why this thing is happening. That's the reason why this thing is happening. So there's nothing much even TikTok can do about it. There's really nothing much TikTok can do about it. But people should go on TikTok to entertain themselves. If they are ignored, they are getting their attentions. If I come on live, unless it's a comedy, even I don't get that numbers. But let somebody come on live right now. I'm coming for GhanaWeb. Hey, GhanaWeb, GhanaWeb. The moment even with the tonation of my voice and all of that, people will start coming. So it's our culture. Charity begins at home. These things are the things we are doing. Social media is just reflecting who we are as a people. You understand? So there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it.
It's a big deal because, you know, we all looking at a space where, you know, it will be clean enough. At least social media, you cannot control it, as we are all aware.
We were here 1st January. Our politicians were out there in Parliament throwing blows. Bang, 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 bang. Our politicians, it happened in Parliament. We've seen churches, church elders fighting over. This is who we are. This is who we are. Me, so far as nobody shoot a gun or shoot at someone, if they will curse themselves and kill themselves, it's cool. You know, you go to other countries, they are dealing with it in a different way. So, what can we do? Fine. What can we do? What can we do?
Great. So earlier when we were having the conversation, you talked about TikTok being a full-time job.
It is.
Yeah. So apart from TikTok, do you have anything that you do professionally?
Yeah, I'm a self-taught chef, and I organize private catering for. Now I do it for top people. If your money is small, cooking is very hectic. If your money is small, I won't give you attention.
Hey, time, yo. So do you have people
I do that.
come in?
I do other personal stuff. I have people once in a while coming, but people are not taking me serious. Even if I do ad on cooking, they think, oh, it's a content. It's really not serious. But I do that one as well. Yeah, I do that one as well. And I have other personal business I do too.
Sounds you're a businessman.
Yeah, I'm a businessman, pa. I'm a businessman. I'm a businessman.
Before we wrap up all that, every sector, every industry got problems in. So as a TikToker, what do you think, what help do you need? What are some of the problems you've identified, things that hinder progress?
Ooh, there are a lot of problems. So. But because this is not a government work, it's individual problems. Probably it's up for you to build yourself. One, I think we need to learn a lot, research a lot before we put content out there. Yeah, but I think that's the problem basically. You need, as a content creator, you need to be psychologically healthy. You need to have your sanity. You need to take break, you know, and all of that. Because sometimes people will come after you. It's up to you to get counseling. Yeah, to get counseling. You need counseling. Get 1 or 2 friends you can talk to. Don't hide your feelings. Talk to them how you feel, you know, because that's basically it. Apart from that, the money coming, you don't share it with anybody. Yeah, it's up to you to deal with it.
Great.
Yeah, it's up to you.
So I saw your content when a late commercial manager passed, Blankson. I saw you did, you made a video for him. Was he someone you looked up to, or was he a closer friend or anything?
I did a video because he was a noble man. He is one in a million, one you wouldn't find in terms of, if you look at his level of achievement and still he's calm. There are people, you see them from afar and you know this is how they are. And there are people too, you see them from afar and you see this man is just so good to be true. I started watching him way back. He's not today. He's not today Echo Blankson. So he's the type we're all looking up to him, that I want to be an actor like him. So when it happened, it hit me so much. And I felt, as TikTokers, we have different ways of mourning. This is my own way of mourning him, letting the youth on TikTok knows that he's a great man. The numbers went, even on YouTube. The numbers went. And I was so happy within me that I never met him, but I could mourn him in my own way. Yeah. Right. I could mourn him.
May his gentle soul rest in peace. Yeah. Time, thank you very much for coming. But then before we wrap up, your social media handles.
Yeah, if you come on Twitter, it's time2gh. If you come on Instagram, it's time_gh2. TikTok, the other time no ABP. Time GH. And on Facebook is time GH. Yeah. Okay. People should follow. People are not following me.
They should hurry up and come.
Hey, people are not following.
Followers in your tree.
No. I don't rely on followers. I rely on engagement. Oh. Sometimes I can even get like 1.something K shares. You know, people will share my videos forgetting to follow me. So it's all good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great. And I love your show. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor to be here.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Great. So I did today's interview with Ghanaian TikToker Time GH. As he said, you should follow him and, you know, watch his content. He does really great and amazing on his platform. So yeah, I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Talkatainment. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack some place. He should pack some place.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafio sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Sports updates. My name is George, and today we are looking at what happened in Turkey concerning Christian Achu. Yesterday, that was Monday. It was not a good day for many Ghanaians. Ask me. I came to office with a good mood over the weekend because Arsenal had lost the game. But then we were met with a breaking news from Turkish journalist Yagiz Sal. He broke the news that Christian Achu has been trapped under the rubble following the earthquake that hit Turkey in a very devastating way. Ghanaians were mourning, were in a sad mood because one of our star players, because don't forget, Christian Achu was once the AFCON footballer or AFCON player of the year in 2015 when Ghana placed second after losing on penalty to Ivory Coast. So Christian Achu is popular. He's played for Chelsea, Newcastle and then Everton before moving to Turkey. And then he scored on Sunday. So that was the major news because Ghanaians were hoping that his goal would trend on Monday, but then unfortunately the earthquake was what everybody was talking about from Ghana, in England, everywhere. BBC, GhanaWeb, everyone was talking about it, and then there were a lot of speculations too. So for more than 26 hours, Ghanaians were hoping to hear any news, positive news concerning Christian Achu, because former President John Dramani Mahama tweeted, and then President Akufo-Addo. I didn't sleep throughout the night because I was hoping to hear news from Christian Achu. So anytime I get a notification on Twitter, because the journalist who broke the news, I followed him and I put his tweet on notification. So anytime Yagi's tweets, I have to wake up and check if it is an update about Christian Achu. And then the good news came. They say joy comes in the morning. Yeah. So this morning around 6 a.m. we had our good news when Yagi's tweeted. But before he tweeted, there's been other reports, and then because GhanaWeb, we got the news from Yagi's, we had decided that we're not going to publish any news unless it was coming from this Turkish journalist. So finally, he tweeted in the morning that Christian Achu has been pulled from wreckage alive. Hallelujah, my brother. It was a good news for many Ghanaians. And then after his tweet, Ghana's embassy, that's Ghana's embassy in Turkey, also confirmed the news that Christian Achu has been rescued. So Ghana's ambassador to Turkey, Francisca Ashite Odun, yes, Her Excellency, also confirmed the news that Christian Achu has been rescued hours after being trapped. So that's the positive news that Ghanaians are receiving. But in that city where Achu was, that's the Hataya city, there are other Ghanaian players who were there are three. Priscilla Ochery, Black Queen striker, was also there this morning. She spoke to Happy News and she said she and her colleague are doing well, but then they are not safe because they are still in Hataya, which is the city that has been mostly hit by the earthquake. So they are hoping that they will be evacuated from the city. So this is our update so far on Christian Achu and what is going on. His agent in this morning also spoke on the issue. He said Achu is receiving treatment. So anything that comes up, trust GhanaWeb to deliver and then give you up to speed update on this issue.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint what? 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending. 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Hanukre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bedroom.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Many young women are single parents, raising children all by themselves. There are many reasons for this kind of situation. Most of the young men also claim that they deny responsibilities because the women that they get into relationships with do not date 1 or 2 men, and so they are not in a position to accept these pregnancies. The effect is that most of these ladies end up bearing the sole responsibility of the upkeep of the children and all the effects that come with it. We are going to speak to some young ladies, some single mothers, to find out from them the difficulties they face as single mothers and why they are single mothers.
One of these single mothers is 24-year-old Ajua Adobia, a single mother of 4 children aged between 7 years and 3 months old. Her plight began when she first got pregnant for a man who denied responsibility when she informed him. She had 3 more children with 2 other men, both denying or abandoning her and the children. Now, the burden of catering for the children rests on the shoulders of Adobia and her mother, who depend on their kinky business.
I got pregnant for a man and informed him, but he denied responsibility. I informed my mother and we went to the man, and he still denied being responsible. So my mom took it upon herself to take up full responsibility of my condition till I delivered. I dated another man. We had 2 children. He was initially taking care of the children, but after a while, he abandoned us. He always promises to send us money, but he doesn't. Again, my mother took up the responsibilities for catering for us. I got pregnant again for another man, and he also denied responsibility of the pregnancy. My mother confronted him, but he refused to accept it. so she again supported me till I delivered. I have 4 children. The oldest is 7 years, the second is 5, third is 3, and the last one is 3 months.
On how difficult it has been looking after her children without the support of her baby daddies, she said the problems are numerous.
The problems are numerous. I have to fall on my mother for all needs of the kids, including medical needs, all from her business. It has not been easy.
She advised other young girls not to despair when men deny responsibility of their pregnancy, but to strive hard and look after the child to become responsible adults.
I have learned a lot, and I've resolved not to date any man again. My mother and I will bring up the children and give them a bright future.
Consequently, many single parents struggle to give the children a befitting life and future, with some of them also forced to abandon the children. 40-year-old Rebecca Mponsa has been forced to take up the parental responsibilities of her year-and-a-half-old granddaughter.
Tell us about this little child. Who is she to you?
This child is my granddaughter. The mother has left for Accra and left the child behind, and I'm taking care of her together with her father. This child, the mother has left for Accra and left the child behind, and I'm taking care of her together with her.
I mean, how did she end up?
This child
end up abandoning her.
She was facing some financial difficulties and she didn't inform us before leaving. She abandoned her daughter with a lady with whom she was living, and she brought the child to us. She once confided in me that she and the child were struggling, and I advised her against running away and leaving the child, and she promised not to, but she ended up leaving her.
This became necessary 3 months ago after her 17-year-old stepdaughter, who couldn't name the father of her daughter, abandoned her child in the community to an unknown destination.
This happened barely 3 months ago. I asked her to come for the child and she has promised to. She's my stepdaughter and 17 years old, and the child is a year and a half.
How old is she?
I'm not working, so taking care of the child is difficult. She couldn't tell who the father of the child is. We asked her severally, but she couldn't. She was in school but dropped out.
36-year-old Ajwa Sewa, a single mother of 6 children, aged between 19 and 2 years, also told GhanaWeb that she was forced to become a single parent after the father of her children abandoned them.
What's your first name? And what did you say?
Ajwa Sewa, 36 years, mother of 6 children. The father of my children decided not to look after them again, so I moved on and rented a room for the children. That is a long story I don't want to get into. For now, I am engaged in a small business to support and complete the education of my kids. The oldest is 17 years old and the youngest is 2.5 years. Taking care of their education and clothing and other needs is a challenge. I do it all by myself and there's no helper. I haven't reported their father to the law because there's nobody to lead me since I'm all alone. As for the children, all they need is for their mother to provide for them. If I'm lucky to get some assistance, I'll establish a small-scale business to support the children. To the young ladies, my advice to them is to exercise caution. I've been in this situation for the past 17 years. So whatever the man gets for you is for you. Taking an irresponsible man to Dovsu is not necessary. If a man rejects children and the woman puts in her best, the future of the children won't be jeopardized, but they will be affected if both parents neglect them. In my case, I won't adversely affect the children because I've resolved to put in my best to support them all the way. All I need now is financial support to open a business. I've been a single mother for the past 5 years.
Ayemdu Brimpong III is the wife of the Mankrado of Agena. The couple runs a foundation, the Ayemdu Foundation, which focuses on early childhood marriage, human trafficking, as well as widows and the aged. She attributed the single parenting situation to hardships being faced by most girls.
I want to channel my energy on single parents who are suffering. I mean, there are some people, daily bread is even, difficult for them. So those who are not doing anything, I want to put them in trading and also help them to learn a trade. If they are ready to learn how to fashion or hairdressing or anything that they want, I am ready to put at least 5 or 10 people for training. When I say single parenting, it's not about only a woman. A man also can be a single parent because some women too will have children with a man and abandon their children on a man and as everybody is saying, the economy is hard, difficult, and as a village, you and I know, having a 3 square meal is even a difficult thing for somebody, not to talk of having the money to trade themselves. It will surprise you that somebody can get pregnant for just 5 cedis because there's nothing to do here. He or she doesn't have anything. So when a man calls her to, for something small, she'll go in and because things are hard, they can't even use protection. So they will end up having a baby.
Stories of single parenting, particularly women taking up the sole responsibility of ensuring the upkeep of their children, have been described as worrisome by many. Most of them have been forced to take up these responsibilities after the men who impregnated them denied responsibility, leaving them to their fate. Consequently, many of them in the process struggle to give their children a befitting life and future. Despite these challenges, these victims of single parenting, however, ruled out reporting the men to the DOFSU, or Department of Social Welfare, for the law to compel them to take up their parental responsibilities.
They don't give any tangible reason, and I will not force them to look after my children. No, if you don't look after them in their childhood, then you can't claim them when they are grown up. As a young girl, if you get pregnant for a man and he denies responsibility, don't despair. Strive hard and look after that child, and they will become responsible adults. I haven't bothered to report these men to DOFSU or Department of Social Welfare because for me, it is nothing. My mother is also not ready to take it up. So if they have denied responsibility, they can go.
But what do some men make of this situation and the reasons, if any, for which they would deny a pregnancy?
At times, the ladies, they don't date one person or one man. So, at time when the pregnancy comes, you know another man dating the lady. So you have to mind whether it's the other guy rather who impregnated the lady. So you reject it because of that. Because you don't want to take the child of another man. And then sometimes it's out of fear and panic, maybe from our parents. You fear what your parents will do to you at home when they hear something like that, and you run away from it. You pretend. Why meanwhile at times you know it's not, you know it's you. Impregnated the lady, but at times you deny because of fear and panic.
So for you, these are some of the reasons why you may reject a pregnancy.
Not me, I think I will not do so, but one may reject.
Yeah, I'm saying so on you, okay, so on what grounds would you reject a pregnancy?
These are some of the reasons.
Have you rejected a pregnancy before?
Yeah, I may say yes.
What were your reasons?
Oh, it was because it do happen when I was young. So later on, when I gathered the courage that no, as a human being, you need to, at least, or as a man, you don't need to reject pregnancy. Moreover, if you know it is yours. In my case, it happened because by then I was dating the lady, and then we break up around somewhere late. And then we didn't see each other for that long time. So it was December 4th that she and one elderly brother came to me that she's pregnant. And I said no. So that was why I said I may say. And I said, no, if it is so, I won't reject it, but let's go to the hospital. As a young guy, I thought, what we've learned in school. I said, no, let us go to the hospital so that we'll find out. If the pregnancy is within 5 months, that one day I'm going to accept it. But if it is not, then I will not accept it. That was my younger age.
So you heard the ladies, or the young women, and the reasons they gave for being single or for taking up the sole responsibilities of raising their children. They also told us the effects of raising the children single-handedly. You also heard some of the young men also expressing their views on why some of these young ladies, or why they will, reject the pregnancy. From Odumase Krobo in the Eastern region, Michael Ubete for GhanaWeb TV.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches, dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafio set with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, back Hanokre. Susan, I want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian, take a share and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this Gakofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
After spending over 200 million euros, Chelsea fans are optimistic that they can qualify for the Champions League, although they trail by 10 points on the league table, lying 9th with 30 points. Chelsea fans are hopeful that the likes of Enzo Fernandez, João Felix, Noni, they will help, alongside Mudryk, will help them climb up on the table and qualify for the Champions League next season for the investment they've done in the winter transfer window. Yes, that's what Chelsea fans believe, but is it a reality? That is why we are on the streets of Accra to ask some Chelsea fans and some football fans to find out whether Chelsea stand a chance of qualifying for the Champions League after spending huge amounts of money in the winter transfer window. My name is Emmanuel Eni. Join me as we kickstart the 2023 edition of the GhanaWeb Sports Debates live on GhanaWeb TV. So to our first guest on the show, and I have two gentlemen here to give me their opinions about Chelsea, possibly Chelsea qualifying for the top 4. They are now trailing by 10 points, so I'm going to find out from them if Chelsea, after spending over 200 million euros, can make it to the top 4. But to Chelsea form now, I'm about 5 matches. Omu winning be, Omu winning 1 pair. Ususu sombe timi I qualify for top 4.
Chelsea the top 4 no dey omuntimi and qualify. Right now no yen hwe adia Toboli aye no. Wa invest into Chelsea team no. Ohwe ne signings a wo ye na. Signings no ye end say or per results say ya for the future. And a team ne kura ni say they need technical and experienced coach like Ancelotti, the likes of Pep Guardiola. Cambota is under this current team no on team and fan qualify for top 4 no. Team paramedic as a sports panelist no there. Chelsea right now need technical and experienced coach for the team right now. If the fans of Chelsea are demanding good results now, then they should sack Graham Potter. But if they are investing for the next generation, they should keep Graham Potter.
It's almost finish top 4 and possible.
No, that one there is not possible.
Okay. Mijiri say what you know. Also almost finish top 4 no and possible despite players from Asensen nyina.
Emezo kakra mekane say Chelsea team no there enye Graham Potter na be say no. Ansa na no coach na okoe no Thomas Tuchel no o deja players be to say o dey no mo why ka vet no mo na dey o deja players be play mo okoe enti Graham Potter ba na be fight team no papa no top players man to mo top players man players in the wato enye sika na ye dan nka PSG dey bia o be Champions League so what I say eyen chi say the says be nya botre dey a won fa Mikel Arteta nya mfaton said dey oba ya o be fa Arsenal na nkoyi kakra dan no na won hye team ni dey be ye dey a ye hye o be nya key players ni na so now nya win what I say we corner we but the same thing what I say inti me na me work kakra say so person team be ye dey a Chelsea ento mo ase won hye team ni kakra as a players na wo ho no one ko no quite better sin one aba no metimi aka ne sa as a German coach no ko no o jeja players be brave mo wo kwento we better than there one o say
also for the team
me Arsenal fan
that table no so
yeah table no dey mentimi nka say betimi agele board there o betimi 5 points ni da bi board there odi kan okoto na oni bim enti no empesa me kan say Arsenal team more money na here da bi ati betimi nya win and abroche there fan so be kwa we ana home baby out to me lose home crowd to me lose away crowd to me lose the end there the man say yeah bo baby ebedu bia na ne do ezodi kan okoto
Europa League ni Premier League ni wa susu say den na wa u feel say betimi ya
Arsenal dey say ye bo bia che enti no say the da so home bia kakra Arsenal dey ebe yen kase ebe difference yen man say ye bo ye league ne ebe bia no ye wom.
Still on Chelsea finishing top 4, it seems impossible because they are 9th on the table, trailing by 10 whooping points. And there's still many matches to play, and we are still on the streets of Accra asking people, Chelsea fans, football fans, do they believe that Chelsea, after spending over 200 million euros in the winter transfer window, can manage to qualify for Champions League next season with Graham Potter in charge? So I have one gentleman here. Do you think Chelsea can qualify for the Champions League?
No, I don't think Chelsea can qualify for the Champions League this season, because check where Chelsea is lying right now on the Premier League table. It will be very difficult for them to qualify for the Champions League. And Chelsea, I think Chelsea is in crisis, although they've signed players. But the player Chelsea signed right now, they've not adapted to the kind of play that will make them to qualify for the top 4. Because right now Chelsea played last week without striker, which is very difficult for them in terms of scoring goals. So I'm not sure, but I just think Chelsea should take their time and prepare for the next season. I think they have a very good future player, which I believe by next season Chelsea can do very well. Well, for the Champions League, for the top 4, it's a doubt. I'm not sure.
Some Chelsea fans believe that Graham Potter leading the team is a no-no. He is the problem of Chelsea right now. Although some players are not performing, they believe that Graham Potter should go for a new coach.
For that reason, it will be 50-50, because if you watch Chelsea as a team, Chelsea is a kind of team which like sacking one coach or the other. After that, the teams pick up. So for Graham Potter, I don't think Graham Potter have enough time for him to be sacked right now, because now the new players are coming. So if they really want to see the beauty of the players, I think Graham Potter should take them a little bit forward from now on to see how the teams adapt before they will think of sacking him. So I think that's my opinion on that.
Okay. Yeah. So which club do you support?
I'm a Chelsea fan. Although right now my heart is breaking, but I'm still a Chelsea fan. Okay. I'm still a Chelsea fan. Right. But I just pray the teams do better so that we all feel happy one as a team. Okay. So Blues for life.
Okay. Would you do the Chelsea bet me I qualify for top 4? We should play some signing now.
Oh, me sure see we bet me I qualify about top 4, because me Arsenal, Man U, Man City, and yet easy now have baby Chelsea dana. Me 9 position. Me sure so we bet me about top 4, because 1% now we there, so 1% be all 1% top 4 about, and 1% bomb money more. I'm prepare for next season, because we where Mikel Arteta before say all Babel this season, before say all Babel that first. Last season, a club in Como Pamono, Castle for Pamono. But one shading on say no. As one coaching more time. No more share, one more share the tactics now or bono. No more man, more time, playing time, more time. And Shadia, because one more years, I know, and this season, one who said last season, and Yamana will know new players, Papa, materials, Papa, and found money, and mobile. Into Womunya Mutraman, Emma this season, so we share players are war in terms of and into when your players, terms of Thomas Tepate, and Saka, those kind of players, on some we are young guys, almost Romujinaso. And to hear that this season, you can, I mean, from an income, make me say, well, lose 2 matches. Apart from the last week on boy, and Man United share, so Tressa. Last season, and Yaman Koya, this season, and Yaman Eko ye. Oh, I saw Manitna, because I saw Manitna, because Potter Obayano or a good coach. Because Michelle, you flew on way Thomas Tuke flew on, not players, not wama players bebree ko and a Chelsea team no players say how mo players pre-planning how mo James Epla Ngolo Kante supra once almost strikers no mo players no mo tough team or mo tough players wo team no omu nyina Epla how mo once omu pra na adeche no mo bebo ball no ma sen pra so that say team ji say so omu nya more time e mo coach no omu nya more time mo coach a bia next season no onu so betimi pick form aba.
Okay. So this man believes that Chelsea should have time for Graham Potter. Graham Potter will come good next season. Their projects, they should emulate Arsenal's footstep by giving Graham Potter sometimes, maybe 2 years or 3, he will come good for Chelsea. All right, so I have another guest here on the show, and which team do you support?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Arsenal fan. You are leading the table. Do you think you can win the league?
Well, like, if we don't win this league this season, then maybe we'll not go win the league again.
Yeah.
I swear God. This is our time.
Okay, so today we are talking about your London rivals, Chelsea. They've spent over 200 million euros in the just ended winter transfer. They are hoping to qualify for the top 4. Do you think it's possible?
For the top 4, they can. But like the league, let them just forget it. Because like Chelsea, that's what they always do. Every year they spend. They're just like Man City. They have a lot to spend. I see our player Moduk and what is it called? They went to hijack it. I read so. I mean, you see it. So, but like me, I'm sure. I'm an Arsenal fan. I believe we can win the league this season.
That Chelsea will qualify for the Champions League.
Oh, me, I don't care whether they qualify or not. My own is I just want Arsenal to win the league. I don't know how it's going to be, but I just want Arsenal to win the league this season.
But you know there are many games to go.
I think it's normal game. The way Arsenal have been playing this season, we play from first minute to 90 minutes plus. So if we keep playing like that, forget about the Everton game. Like as so many things, I don't know, maybe fatigue and the boys and all that. But like I think if we keep playing with faith and maybe some little luck, we'll get.
Sure. Oh yeah, Chelsea, Omato Enzo Fernandez, Omato Joao Felix, Omato Mudryk Munina, bear 200 million euros no matter spending in January transfer. Omutreli top 4 by 10 points. Who GDA say Chelsea between qualify for Champions League?
Hey, Champions League by any coach and they kind there. I know from what.
Into who they only say mon qualify, but I'm Champions League.
Champions League, Belgium they are about Champions League next season. Because teams are is Rome in is your match to form. A bit say Real Madrid. Real Madrid is they say why but Atletico and Ranier can see a permanent. Oh man, that's what the man is now on the permanent. And the team behind is soon. They say we place. If we are seeing any we place. The place is only a youth. On bet my head, I had you one of mine.
As a Graham Potter on yard.
Oh, one day me cry me at the 10. Ah, one of the was such a we as a coach in England. Ni be any one bobo. Your team no miss amount one when you know film.
ABC or man in course see ABC.
Yeah, the cry me or qua met me bushry. Me take grass or qua me coach. Woman in Anya.
Okay.
So,
but it's also Chelsea. Who did this make me qualify for Champions League?
Champions League. Conference
qualify. You show. You qualify You qualify. It's next season. Na me aduma mo hwe.
Na Graham Potter mo pam na so won.
Ene ya onko.
Potter.
Ene ya omompam. Wasa. Opese oye team based on England players. Nso ye team sa. Ose obia to me Bobby. Say player be onya playing time. Ono to me exhibiting certain skills na ade ade. To Graham Potter de omopam no crank be me. Ene ya omompam.
What's about the team?
Me support Liverpool, but Chelsea problem no move na no odin pa no odin. But top for party and Ukraine, Chelsea on to we place no to qualify. Top 4 champions no more team they about top 4 they are no more champions. I see a press in there what to. You see a Lampard in yet Thomas Tuchel yet coach baby na we hwe. Ubeti anya press ni nyina o wiase ni mu nyina ya bopo no. But team no ayi team work na nya adwuma a enya adwuma. You say you can't team see a team a Arsenal team na e dey
So it's been a mixed reaction over here, and to the Chelsea fans, some believe that Potter is the problem. Others also believe it's not Potter's fault, but we should give them Graham Potter a chance for him to build his team, because he took over the team middle of the season. So some are optimistic that the club will qualify for the Champions League by closing down the 10 points and manage to finish in the top 4. Others also says that they win the Champions League this season as a route to qualify for next season Champions League. It's been an exciting edition on this GhanaWeb Sports Debate with me, Emmanuel Enin. Catch you in the next edition.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint what? 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafio set with Nana Fit on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
What makes the Boko conflict very troubling for all of us as a country and from a security standpoint has to do with the location of Boko. This is town which borders Burkina Faso and Togo at the same time. The part of Burkina Faso that borders Boko, Mr. Speaker, is facing terror threats. So many terror attacks have been recorded in territory inside Burkina Faso, very close to the Kulungungu border. Mr. Speaker, with the conflict raging in Boko, if care is not taken, Boko can become the weakest link for the infiltration of terrorists into our country. And that is what even makes it more compelling for us to see or treat the Boko conflict as a national issue. It is not just a conflict between Kusasis and Momprusis. It is a crisis which has escalated to the point where we need to treat the Boko issue now as a national one and give it national attention. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I would appeal for calm once again in Boko. I would extend my deepest condolence to the victims in Boko. And the maker of the statement made it clear. The victims are drawn from both sides of the conflict. He made that observation in his statement. And so this is not a matter which should be treated as Kusasis, falling victim to brutalities, or Momprusi falling victim to brutality of the security agencies in Boko. It is a matter of concern for all the people living in and around Boko. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Zebla and former Leader of the House. Thank you. Before I come to you, Honourable Minister. Former Leader of the House.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the statement made by my brother, Honorable Mama Ayarga, MP for Boku Central, where much of this activity is taking place.
Mr. Speaker, as we all know, we in Ghana have a lot of respect for the Ghana Armed Forces, personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces, particularly in terms of their discipline and professionalism. Indeed, they are internationally acclaimed as such. But what happened on the 1st of February in Boku is an incident that detracts from the positive image we have about them. Killing of 6 young men and a small boy, 12-year-old young boy, 7, and then wounding a woman in the process. This incident alone portrays a negative impact on the hitherto a good image of the members of the Ghana Armed Forces. I thought, Mr. Speaker, that when this story came up, the Ghana Armed Forces would have been the first to apologize to the country and to the families, rather than defending the indefensible. As the facts were succinctly put up by Mama Ayarga, the argument by the Ghana Armed Forces that they engaged some people in the combat is not true, absolutely not true. And there's abundant evidence to support this claim that it was unwanted military brutality on the innocent people of the Boku on that day. I say so against the backdrop that no weapon was retrieved. Why chase the small boy, and when he ran into a van, you set fire on it? Was the small boy also engaged in fighting? And when the mother goes to try to put water to quench the fire, they attack her. Was she also engaged in combat? And when the assemblyman of Michigan confronted her and said what they were doing, the exercises were not good, and they beat him to pulp, was she also engaged in the combat? These facts suggest clearly that they were on the frolic of their own, if anything at all, and not that they were there to defend the people. Mr. Speaker, this is not the only incident that we know about. Last year, we, the 6 MPs from the area, from Kusau, had opportunity to visit Boku. The combined army and police personnel in Boku attacked a village called Bobula. They chased the people into their homes, even called somebody out to come out of his room and ordered him to run, and then they shot at him. They burned foodstuffs, vehicles, motorcycles, and what they could see on site. This detracts from peacekeeping. These incidents detract from peacekeeping. Mr. Speaker, last year too, You are aware. The police in Kumasi went to Islamic Senior High School and chased even small girls to their dormitories and then beat them up. We're aware about what happened in Ejura, where people lost innocent lives. We are aware about what happened in Wa, where a soldier man lost his phone through the cookery of one person. 60, 70 soldiers in Wa went to Wa town and took the township into a hostage. Brutalized people, beat people, see things here. The point I'm making is that these incidents don't help the image of the Ghana Armed Forces, for which we owe a lot to them. So, fortunately, the Minister for Defense is in the chamber. I think that we should look around and find out why the military is deteriorating into this armed conflict. Is it the quality of people we recruit or enlist that is a problem? Is it the type of training that they receive that is a problem? Does the training not include civic education and basic constitutional and human rights that they go through? Is it that when they go to keep the peace, they become frustrated? Or is it that when they go to keep the peace, they want to use human beings to experiment their training because they are not in the war front? There must be some justification for the activity that they embark on these days. And I think that it should be a national concern for all of us that people who have spent so much to train, buy uniform, buy arms for them, are now turning their weapons on innocent civilians rather than keeping and protecting the people of this country. It's a national concern that we must all be concerned about. It's a national issue that we must all be concerned about. It's pathetic and it doesn't augur well for the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, like Honorable Ranking said, Honorable Agaga said, Boku is in the spotlight now, and government must pay attention to Boku, events in Boku, because of the threats of the jihadist extremists, armed robbers from Burkina Faso and then our neighboring country, Togo. About 2 weeks ago, jihadists attacked some villages bordering my constituency, and 4,000 Burkinabe refugees ran into my constituency. Earlier, some had run into Boku Central constituency. So, take time. One day we can be overwhelmed. Boku has become very vulnerable, not just to the Kusasi and Mapulis and other tribes living there, but the whole of this country. And that is why I support the call that the issue in Boku has taken a national character and not a district or an ethnic matter. It's a national issue that we must all be committed to. Otherwise, at the end of the day, we say had I known, and we all know that had I known is always at last. We must pay particular attention to that. Mr. Speaker, but the government has adopted several measures, and they have failed. One, we have the peacekeeping officers, the police and army. Two, they have imposed curfew for 2 years now. Three, they have banned the riding of motorcycles in Boku Township so that people cannot do their businesses again, no transport. And four, they are even banned wearing of smokes in Boku. They are even banned wearing of smokes in Boku. 2 years ago, no wearing of smokes because they thought that you wear smoke, you might hide a weapon there. They banned riding of motorcycles because they thought that if you ride a motorcycle, you might go to a place where a car cannot go to and attack or cause trouble. The combined effect of this is not helping the situation. That the violence is rather escalating rather than being mitigated. That means these steps have failed. If the steps are to the drawing board and find out what is the problem, I think that we should find out what are they fighting for and what can be done so that people, what they are fighting for can be given to them. They claim it's a chieftaincy matter. But there are no chieftaincies in Boku. The court, since 1958, Court of Appeal, 20 years ago, 2003, Supreme Court, have declared that the Keren Boku Nava is the right fellow to be the chief of Boku. So the case has been judicially decided. In my respectful view, what is happening now is disrespect for due process, disregard for the rule of law. And I think His Excellency the President has taken an oath to uphold the Constitution to respect due process, and to uphold the rule of law. So we need political will, commitment to be engaged in this exercise to bring peace and normalcy to Boko. We need political will. We need commitment to be able to solve this problem. Because all the measures of peacekeeping, don't wear smoke, don't ride a motor, etc., have all failed. And people are dying every day. Last night, 3 people. In addition to the 10 that were killed about a week ago. For how long can we continue to have this? Boko is not a good example of the peaceful country of Ghana that we know of. It's not a good example. I humbly pray that government will, and all of us as a country, will wake up and find ways and means of solving the problem. It is not a big issue. People must be told in the face that we must respect the rule of law. People must be told in the face that we must respect due process. In the absence of due process and rule of law, then we are not a country. So I want to associate myself with the sentiment expressed by previous speakers and say that there's urgency on the part of government to address the insecurity in Boko, because at the end of the day, we will all be unhappy about it. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I also want to calm nerves. I urge both Kusasis, Mamprisi, and their sympathizers that no amount of killing can get you what you want. You cannot become a chief by killing people or burning houses, etc. You cannot. You cannot. So we must coexist because there's a lot in common between the people there. Boko used to be the town that everyone wanted to go to. Now nobody wants to go to Boko. It's a deserted town. Banks are closed, schools have closed, health facilities have been run down. Nurses and doctors have left. So I think that it's a national case. Boko has become a national appeal for us to undertake, because nothing good is taking place there. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable. Oh, all right. Otherwise, I'm going to give it to the minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by our colleague whose constituency is affected by this conflict. So, Speaker, if I heard Honorable Ayamba right, she said the conflict is over 40 years. And on page 3 of the statement, these are the words of the maker of the statement, which I want to echo for our collective consideration. Both in the township and the outskirts of Boko, we now have evidence that the operational style of the military has evolved to include shooting and killing of citizens that they have been tasked to protect. I wish to condemn all such reckless killing. I equally condemn any act of killing by all factions themselves in the conflict in Boko. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement is condemning the killing by the factions themselves. These must be emphasized, that the factions themselves are killing each other, and that is not right. He again goes ahead to say, no one has legal authority to deprive any innocent citizen of his life. So, Mr. Speaker, again, the maker of the statement is telling us of the behavior of individuals that affect law and order. And he again says that it is unacceptable that the youth have drawn lines that cannot be crossed by the other faction. So, Speaker, this is a very serious matter. On this matter, the maker of the statement is not talking about the lack of political will, but he's talking about the situation, how the factions themselves, how the youth are making life difficult. And this is coming from a member of parliament from the...
Please. The statement Honorable Ayaga made is about the military. If it was about one faction, I would have then recognized you. So let's speak. I've admitted 4 from here. I was actually going to give it to the minister, but there appeared to be pressure coming that I should give it to another faction. Please, on this occasion, there was no factionalism. It's about the military. Let's deal with the military, please. Leader, kindly continue. When he finishes, I'll hear you. Yes, leader, kindly continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement concedes that the factions in this conflict are making life very difficult for law and order to be enforced. And he's very clear in his language, without any ambiguity. So, routing this through the earlier comment by Honorable Ayamba, I dare disagree with a submission which created an impression that there's no political will to solve the problem. That should not come into play, because the maker of the statement is clearly defining the remit of the conflict. He says that the youths are lawless, they've drawn the line, the youths are making it difficult for law enforcement to do its work, the youths are killing themselves. These are the words of the maker of the statement. And he says that it's not one-sided. Let me go on with the analysis of the statement further. Again, he says that those in the Boku township must live in freedom and be able to travel out in safety. Those in the outskirts, in the past, in the environs of Boku and the northeast region, and engage in armed attack of travelers from Boku, we should be a community governed by laws and not the night of guns. Mr. Speaker, these words must catch our attention as legislators. These are the observations of the Member of Parliament, of the very constituency that is under siege by the very people themselves, according to him. We cannot, as legislators, engage in blame game here, i.e. NDC against MPP. No, this is not an NDC matter or MPP matter. This is not a matter of government against opposition, nor opposition against government. From the words of the maker of the statement, the individuals are making life difficult. I wonder how the MC is functioning. I wonder how the regional minister, I wonder how the assembly members are working there. Especially when the maker says that the members of the community are not cooperating. Cooperate with the military, with government officials, with their chiefs, with other opinion leaders, and even committees of parliament that may have the honor of visiting there to work with them for peace. So whether you are a Kusasi or a Mampushi, the maker of the statement is telling us that your actions are causing lives and property and causing poverty. And the maker of the statement again is telling us that these are own goals. He's not talking about outsiders getting in. And Harris will now take advantage and enter because, Mr. Speaker, your own house is under fire, caused by you yourself, according to the maker of the statement. So, Mr. Speaker, how do I conclude? I conclude by saying, must also, in spite of provocation, must know that citizens of this country, no matter what, their lives matter. But the citizens must also cooperate with law enforcement. Very, very important. Boku is part of Ghana, and we cannot allow that spot to continue to burn. Whereas people are calling for roads and asking for schools and hospitals. If Boku is burning, can we build the schools? Can a doctor accept posting to Boko? Can a nurse accept posting to Boko? Or even if somebody is injured, the nurse have the courage to treat the person, or a doctor have the courage to attend to the person? These are matters for our consideration. So, Mr. Speaker, this calls for our very reasonable approach to the problem, not to be very emotional, not to attempt to even do politics with it, and by extension attack the government. It is for us to fashion out what it takes to ensure peace in Boko, since the maker of the statement has told us the source of the problem, has disclosed what is causing this problem to escalate, has disclosed what is making government's intervention difficult. I thank him for being candid. I rest my case without more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, Honorable Yusuf Seidu, the MP for Naregu Gambaga, to speak. Mr. Speaker, the reason is to conclude on our behalf, and the reason is simple. He shares the position of Honorable Mahama Yarga, who has eloquently spoken about the situation. But more importantly, because he is in that area and the sensitivities of the issues there, I think his voice must be heard on these issues. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, I think you should assist us to manage the House. Unless he's coming to add to the facts. Unless he's coming to add to the facts, the issues is the same. I think that this is not intended to give people the opportunities to show their face. You can always use the back room press conferences, but on the floor, let's please work together. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Adam. Thank you very much. And I want to appreciate this huge opportunity you have given to me to contribute to this statement on the floor. And I also want to associate myself with a statement made by Honorable Ayarga. I see that it has to do with fairness. It is not about one tribe. He's talking about military brutality, which I share in it. Because under what circumstance will a 12-year-old boy who is in a food bank be killed? And for what reason should that infant be killed? So, Mr. Speaker, it is a worrying situation, and I think that we have to look at it on a broader perspective. That is not the only issue that he spoke about. It has to do, it's not an isolated situation in Boku. So if we want to look at it, we have to find a way to broaden the outlook, to look at instances of insecurity, not only from the military, but we're talking about police brutality as well, and how we can bring justice to people who unlawfully take arms and kill others. Mr. Speaker, on the 26th of December, 2021, the one Baba Rabaga and another Idrisu Isifu were en route to Kulungungu to do business. These two gentlemen were transporting a horse. They deal in horses from Gambaga to Kulungungu to sell. On the way, they got to Burikwana, and these guys were intercepted. They were beaten, they were mutilated, and burnt to ashes, and the horse taken away. Mr. Speaker, security situations have been there for a very long time. And since then, nothing has been done. No arrest has been made to that effect. So we have to be concerned. And I share in the pain, and I share in the feeling that this is of a national nature. It's a national crisis, and we must look at it on a broader perspective. Those two gentlemen were innocent. They didn't provoke anybody. They were just going to do their business, and they were intercepted. Mr. Speaker, I call on this House to institute a committee to investigate some of these matters. Because right now, Nobody can move from Nalergu, Gambaga, through Garu to Boku. Nobody does that because you do that at the peril of your life. So I want to use this opportunity to share in the view that we'll have to go into this matter, have a committee, and some of these cases must be brought and we investigate and get to the bottom, find the perpetrators and bring them to book. The horse is still with them. The holding the horse is responsible for the brutality of these innocent guys. So, right Honourable Speaker, I think that we have to broaden the outlook and see what we can do to bring a lasting solution to this matter. Mr. Speaker, before this incident, Boku used to be the hub of business between Togo and Burkina Faso and Ghana. And business was quite brisk in this community until we began to see this ugly head of conflict, rearing its head. So it is something that Parliament must be concerned of, and we should make sure that if we are setting up a committee to go into this matter, then we should broaden it and get to the bottom of it. Right now, people cannot go to farms, Mr. Speaker. Food insecurity is rearing its head in this enclave of our country. Businesses are collapsing in this enclave of our country. Loss of life, you can't even talk about. Like women and children are being killed day in, day out. There's the need for us to step up our security men in Boku so that we can have a lasting solution to it. Mr. Speaker, chieftaincy conflict from the court. There's no solution of chieftaincy conflict in court. Let's refer this matter. Parliament should urge the government to refer this matter to the traditional authority to look at it. That is where we have a solution to this matter. Until we sit round table, Mr. Speaker, to negotiate, until we speak round table to negotiate this matter, for us to trade off, have a lasting solution to this matter. Mr. Speaker, no court has ruled that one particular person is a chief of Boku. We don't have that evidence. That is why these matters must be transferred to the traditional authorities to look at it. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to urge, on this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of this statement for coming out with to put our securities up there to do their work and protect life and property. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, your men are accused of brutalizing the residents of Boko. What do you say to that? Honorable Minister, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to this particular statement. Mr. Speaker, I speak with a lot of experience because I have lived virtually my entire life in an area where there has always been conflict. Mr. Speaker, I was 5 years when the first conflict started in my area. By the time I got to, Mr. Speaker, 15 years, there was another 19 years, there was another conflict, and a third conflict when I was 20 years. I've seen how soldiers operate, I've seen how police operate, I've seen how combatants operate. So, I speak with that experience. And so I'm very impartial when it comes to issues of Boko and the surroundings. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that two members from the opposing side, one believes that the chief sentiment matter has been settled, Honorable Ayaga, and the honorable member for Nalegu believes that the chief sentiment matter has never been settled. That's what he said. He said no court has ruled in Ghana. And you believe that the court has ruled it has been settled. That is the source of the conflict. Mr. Speaker, if members of parliament who represent people are here and they have divergent views, which their views can kill people, that is the source of the conflict. But what do? Soldiers have now been put in the middle of this conflict. Remember, the soldiers are human beings like us, and they have not been put in the middle of this conflict. But, Mr. Speaker, there have been political will from the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. So let not be said that there's not been political will. The then chieftaincy minister, the honorable member for Hunter West, went to Boku and made the people of Boku aware that as long as the Boku Naba is attending the regional House of Chiefs and the National House of Chiefs, we in government recognize him as the legitimate Boku Naba. Mr. Speaker, that is the first time that a government in our history has done that. No other government in our history has ever done that. So let it be known by those who think that there's no political will, that there's been political will from this side of the House. Because no government in our history. 2, Mr. Speaker, I went to Boku with the Honorable Minister of Interior. In fact, when I was going to Boku, I was the Honorable Member of Parliament for Boku and told him that we are going to your constituency. I'll be happy for you to accompany us. He told me he was in Nigeria, so he was not. He was wishing us well. Even though when he came, he didn't get back to me to hear what happened. Mr. Speaker, and I told them, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is now the chief whip of this side, front bench. So rising like this you should tone down. I've sat at that side before. Mr. Speaker, I went there and both of us made the people of Boku, both at the Boku Naba Palace and at the Mamprugu side, we told them point blank that there is a Boku Naba in place and anybody who feels that it is not to go to court. And the Mamprugu said, we will go to court. And for that matter, we pledged amongst ourselves, them and us, that everybody will lay down their arms. They will not go to any fight. And for 2 months, not a single gunshot was heard in Boku. So I want to believe, and we have taken the position, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening in Boku today is not about chieftaincy. It's criminality. It's criminals who are operating. And the members of the armed forces to deal with them as pure criminals. I want the members of parliament to let their people know that we are dealing with them as pure criminals. There's nothing called Boku chieftaincy. There is a legitimate chief of Boku. The Mamproses have said they will go to court. The Nigeria has said they will go to court and challenge the matter. That's all that we know. We want the members to assist us. If they have voices there, which I know they do, to that there is not
what's the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my respected honorable member, the Minister of Defense, it was really on the right track, but his speech at the later points is generating debate. This is a statement. We do not want the minister to, in his contribution, to generate a debate, and he knows what to do, Mr. Speaker.
Can you tell me
he must focus on the issues that has been raised, the killing of the people of Boko Central. You can talk about the root causes, but please don't generate debates.
Can you leave that to me? I'll moderate it. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the issues I mentioned are germane to the issues raised by the honorable member, and he knows. And if not, just seek his advice. He will tell you that the issues I mentioned are what will cure the issues of Boko. Ask him, he will tell you. This is a house of record. People are going to take the statements I'm making and dissect them. If as Minister for Defense, I'm not prepared to tell the truth, the Boko issues can never be resolved. I will tell the truth as it is. And I didn't go to, I'm not standing here to tell the truth. I was in Boku to say what I am saying today. So I asked them in Boku, what are you fighting for? What at all are you fighting for? Because it is not more about chieftaincy. So when you take assault rifles, Mr. Speaker, Boku is awash with assault rifles. Boku is awash with assault rifles. Rifles that the men and women of Ghana Armed Forces, young civilians are holding them and shooting as if there's no tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if we don't treat Boku as a special case by the armed forces, it will lead to problems in this country. That is how the issue of Nigeria started. And unfortunately, some people treated with kid gloves, and today we have Boko Haram in Nigeria. Nobody can control it. Mr. Speaker, the matter the member of parliament raised is under investigation by the Ghana police. Mr. Speaker, the matter is under investigation by the Ghana Police Service. The military have released a statement. The people have made statements, and the Ghana police is investigating. We are waiting the outcome of that investigation. In fact, the member of parliament has taken the thing to scratch already. They are also investigating the matter. So two state bodies are already investigating this particular matter. But Mr. Speaker, is it not curious that anybody in this world will condemn members of the armed forces and believe that it is possible for the members of the armed forces to tie the hands of civilians and shoot them in broad daylight in the presence of other people? When today, in today's world, when somebody can record you, you think that anybody will do that? I'm not saying that what you are saying is a lie or is the truth. You say it is eyewitnesses. But think of it, that people, members of armed forces know. As members of armed, when you campaign, you will see that the moment you start talking, people are holding their mobile phones. You've seen it. And you believe that by now those videos are not out. I beg you, let us be cautious and treat as innocent until they are proven guilty. So I want to beg members of parliament not to start condemning the acts and believing that it is a true story because eyewitnesses have said that. Wait till the evidence comes out. And I can assure you, because this is the highest crime that anybody can commit. It's a war crime. And the members of Ghana Armed Forces are not trained for that. They have earned the highest praise across the world, both in this country and outside this country. So it is very, very sad for anybody to paint a picture that members of the armed forces of Ghana are capable of tying the hands of four individuals and shooting them and leaving them. But Mr. Speaker, if I were just to take the statement made by my colleague, his own statement does not support the views of the eyewitnesses. Mr. Speaker, he says that the 5 people who were executed include the following. First, he says 6, but he says 5. 1, Abugna Karim. The eyewitnesses say that Abugna Karim was chased by the military using armored vehicles and people on foot. I'm just analyzing his statement. At no point did he himself conclude that Karim was killed because his hands were tied at the back. And Mr. Speaker, if you read through Mahdi, Issa, Mumuni, and Kudus, at no point did he conclude in his statement, even though he started by saying they were tied and killed, that these people were tied and killed behind them. No. It is true that these people were killed. And I send condolences on the members on my behalf and on behalf of the military, as well as on behalf of the Ghana Armed Forces, to the families. but let the investigation come out first. 2, Mr. Speaker, what are the facts of the case? The night preceding the day that this incident happened, there was a 10-hour battle in Boku that day. There was shooting throughout the entire Boku that night. I just want members to sit down and digest the whole night that was shooting in Boku throughout the night. And the soldiers were engaging various factions at various times. Does anybody think that it is possible that young children in the early hours of the morning can be out and be witnessing people shooting when the whole night they were shooting? But unfortunately, the integrity of the armed forces, which is to protect you and me, have been shredded to pieces. Unfortunately, the integrity of the armed forces has been shredded to pieces. It is the biggest and
hold on. Leader, yes, can you refer me to what you're drawing up?
Of the statement maker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rose on order 932 that it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impugn improper motives of any member. Mr. Speaker, the member of Parliament has given a statement, described incidents. The Honorable Minister of Defense, in his contribution, can speak to that statement, but to impugn or to imply that somehow the statement has been questioned the man's own credibility in that contribution is completely out of order. You have not been there. He has been there.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, hold on. I just want to understand that your objection is that he's impugning the... I don't know whether I should want anybody to respond, but the position is that Honorable Ayaga did not say he witnessed anything himself. He said, eyewitness accounts. Now, this is the integrity of the armed forces that has been touted to the whole world in cameras. The minister is saying that analyze even the statement, the eyewitness account that you have been giving. You will find that there are inconsistencies in it. And you think that you should not be able to say that? I disagree with you. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that prior to the incident, there was a 10-hour battle in Boku. And remember the first statement I made, that Boku is not about chieftaincy any longer. And that is why we have Kusasis and Mamprosis in Garu and they are not fighting. That is why we have Kusasis and Mamprosis just 10 kilometers in Binduri and they are not fighting. That is why we have Kusasis in his constituency and they are not fighting. Why we have Kusasis in Tempani, their constituency, and they are not fighting. Kusasis and Mamprosis, they are not fighting. That's why in Pusla, which is also another 15 kilometers away or 20 kilometers, they are not fighting. That is why in Gambaga we have close to 5,000 Mamprosis living in Gambaga and Nalegu. They are not fighting. Your constituency, they are not fighting. It's confined to Boku town alone. If it was purely chieftaincy, it would have spread to all these constituencies and they are killing each other in these places. But I want to applaud both tribes that they've taken the chieftaincy out of this matter and said they will take it to court. So that the military and the police and the security agencies can deal with this matter as a pure criminal matter. And if we are to deal with it in that sense, we should analyze Boku in three incidents. One, that there was a chieftaincy problem, it's been resolved. Two, the aftermath of the chieftaincy issue is mixed with this, but it's been resolved. But three, the threat of terrorism hanging around Ghana through the corridor of Boku. So, the security agencies are working within the Boku and its precincts with that sort of mindset that if we do not stop what is happening in Boku now and now, we risk the situation where Ghana can be thrown under terrorist attacks. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, 3 days ago, improvised explosive device was used for the fact to blow a bridge. Don't let us joke with Boko. I sympathize with the family, and let's call for the investigation. But trust me, don't let us joke with even the young men and women who are operating in Boko. How on earth can any Ghanaian go and improvise an explosive device and blow a bridge? Go there. You said you went there. Go back and see the sort of bridge that they tried to blow off. And that is how terrorists operate. Let's be very careful, Mr. Speaker. That yesterday, even when he wanted to make a statement, even when he had reported the matter to Strike, even when he was on air talking about this matter, yesterday, just in front of the police station, some unknown people used a tricycle, this what they call yellow. Mr. Speaker, drove to a group of people sitting down and started spraying them with assault rifle. It led to the death of 2 people. And this dawn, this night, women who were moving with tomatoes in their car were also shot at, attacked and shot at, and a woman is dead. At the tribe, that have nothing to do with this matter, are dead. Let's be very careful who we choose to talk for in Boku. I want to plead with you, Pope. Let's be very careful who we choose to talk for in Boku. Mr. Speaker, I can say that government on its part has done what it has to do to ensure that Boku is peaceful. As we say today, we have created a battalion in Boku, 11th Mechanized Battalion in Boku. So we have 400 soldiers in Boku today. That's the first solution we have done. We are also building 400. We've moved from Boku from about 50 soldiers to about 400 today. Mr. Speaker, we are sending a task force to Boku just for only Boku, no more Conquer Fix, nothing. Another 500 soldiers to Boku, just Boku alone, because of the threat of terrorism. Free to do other activities. But next week, we are doing that. That's why, Honorable Ayaga, I told you, come to the office and let me sit with you with the military command and let's discuss it. I told you before, 3 days ago, on Monday. Maybe if you had come and we start, maybe this statement would not have been made.
Yes, leader. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister has made certain statements which are personal to me. First about he inviting me to join him on a mission to Boku. And like he said, I was outside the country. He calls me. So we are going to Boku. When was this? Mr. Speaker, this was more than 1 year after the people of Boku had been killing one another. That was the first time he went to Boku. It's on record. More than a year. Until the soldiers were complaining that you, the defense minister, and the interior minister had never visited them. And I brought the complaint to you. Now, you sit here and tell me that the soldiers and the police were complaining that you were never visiting them. You brought them to come, they are being exposed to death, and you, their commander, never stepped foot there to see them. Please, let's not talk personal here. I have sat down quietly and listened, not because I don't have responses. So, Speaker, they killed the people. I'm pleading with you, go there. Go and see with your naked eyes. Please, my colleagues, have I ever, for the past 2 years,
opened my mouth in this chamber and spoken about Boku? Have I ever? Ask Honorable Muntaka. On several occasions, attempts have been made to make statements on Boku here. I have fought it as Honorable Advocate. You are a witness. I have fought it. I've said, look, the situation there is very, very dangerous. We have sent soldiers there, people's children, to die for us. They will make mistakes. Make no mistake that they will make mistakes. But you don't hang them on any single mistake. Honorable Advocate, haven't I been fighting because of this? I have defended the soldiers. But, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I went there. I saw it. Mr. Speaker, there was no basis for killing those people. And that is why I'm speaking today. And I'm not choosing to speak for only Kusasis. That last statement you made, that we should be careful who we speak for. Please, I understand everything that you are saying there. I'm not speaking only for Kusasis. I'm speaking because people that ought not to have been killed were killed. Yesterday, the statement you made, the person who they came and surrounded and shot and killed, do you know that was my cousin? Do you know that? Have I spoken about it here? Have I spoken about it? That's my cousin yesterday who was surrounded and shot and killed. And I've been on the phone since morning. Every incident you are reporting, I know. I've tried my own way. This morning, I was on the phone with my uncles among the Mampushis, discussing how we should resolve this matter. It's not everything I go on air to say. So please, don't import improper motives. These killings, and I call them killings, were done by soldiers needlessly. They've killed people. Ask the commander. They kill people. I call him. We discuss it. We resolve it. Ask the commander there. Lieutenant Colonel Minta. A Mampushi was shot and killed. I called him. I said, why did you kill this guy? He said he was holding a weapon. And tell your boys that anybody who holds a weapon and I see him, I will gun him down. Colonel Minta is there. I said, well, if he was holding a weapon and you gunned him down, there's nothing I can say. And he was a Mampushi. This time, you say you liquidated, you neutralized 6 people. I said, when you neutralized them, what weapon did you pick? Not even one. Your own statement says only one person was holding a cutlass. Somebody in a garden holding a cutlass. What do you expect him to hold in a garden, if not a cutlass? I have struggled through this conflict to manage and navigate. I have been very supportive, Mr. Minister. You know that. You met me in Salaga 2 days ago. All of us were attending a funeral in Salaga. You said, come to the office and let's discuss. I said, fine, I'm available. When you are ready, call me. I will come. Do you know that after the funeral, I went to Tamale and had a meeting with the Northern Command? I went to Tamale, asked Lieutenant Colonel, is it the ACN or whatever?
Oh, very well. That's another statement.
So don't create the impression that I'm not helpful and then you get up and then make a statement.
You have responded to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, kindly continue.
Speaker, I sat patiently for, Mr. Speaker, I sat patiently for 10 minutes for him to interject. Please. I sat patiently for 10 minutes for him to interject and try to interpret what I said in his own way. So I want to plead that nobody interjects me. 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it is not true that the conflict started after 1 year before. It's not a true story. Secondly, we never sent soldiers 1 year because of the conflict. It's not a true story. We created the 11 Mechanized Battalion and started posting soldiers there as their permanent bases. And they do their work. And I've been visiting all battalions as and when with the military high command, we believe that it is necessary for me to visit. Two, Mr. Speaker, I did not go to Boku immediately. I called the people of Boku to Tamale and met them, and I told them. In fact, I advised him that they shouldn't be part of that meeting. Ask him. Three, Mr. Speaker, when I say you should be careful who you choose to defend, it is not about tribe. Mr. Speaker, it's not about tribe. I said it in the context of the fact that I said Boku is more of criminality than chieftaincy. So be careful who you defend. It's not about tribe. I never talk about tribe. Mr. Speaker, December 31st, and now over 20 people have, in fact, over 30 people have died from Boku. So we should be very careful who we defend, because Boku is not what the Boku used to know 2-3 years ago. Times have changed. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we should all help to plug all the loopholes and cure the issues of Boku. Because Boku can lead Ghana into an abyss. An abyss where terrorists can infiltrate into Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, help the military and the security agencies so that the boys can lay down their arms. They can silence the guns. Please use your voices and appeal to them to silence the guns. Use your influence and appeal to the people to silence the guns. Mr. Speaker, use your influence as members of parliament to appeal to the people to lift the artificial boundaries that have been created in Boku. And they know what I mean by the artificial boundaries that have been created in Boku. Use your influence to allow people to go to their farms unhindered without being shot at. Use your influence to allow people to go to the market and trade without being hindered. Use your influence to travel freely from Boku and in and out of Boku without being accompanied by soldiers. Use your influence to tell the boys to sell the guns that they have, the AK-47 guns and the machine gun they have, and let's use it to do business instead of killing one another. That should be what we should be fighting for. That should be what we should use our influences for. But as for, Mr. Speaker, the 10 people who have died, like I said before, I want to give the military and the Ghana Armed Forces the benefit of the doubt now until investigation proves otherwise. I want to say that the law of Ghana is very clear. You are innocent until proven guilty. The investigations are being carried on and carried out. If there's anybody who is found guilty, that person will be punished. I want to give you the assurance that that person will be punished. But let all of us work carefully and conscientiously to build Boku into a peaceful area. Because the issues of chieftaincy is no more available. It's not there. In fact, it should be by this time a situation where both the Nairi and Boku Naba can come together and talk to the youth. This is what we should be striving at. We should be able to gather both the Mamprosis and the Kusasis together and say it is time for us to forge forward in peace. The hospital is collapsing, Mr. Speaker. The schools are collapsing in Boku. And the people who are standing in between mayhem and peace are the people that, if we are not careful, if we demonize them today, we are going to have problems. So I want members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, I want members of parliament to rather help the members of the Ghana Armed Forces to bring peace to Boku. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I've listened to the statement. Leader, you wanted to comment on this one? I thought that after the minister...
Mr. Speaker,
yeah.
just some observations about where we are. Mr. Speaker, in lending my voice to the statement made by the Member of Parliament for Boko Central, I just want to dwell on some of the issues he himself has raised. And I'm quoting the statement. Mr. Speaker, the third page of the statement, the last paragraph, it says, I call on all, including the youth on both sides of the conflict, to respect the sanctity of lives in Boko. Mr. Speaker, that indeed is something that should engage our attention. Second, he says, I urge the youth to appreciate that the military was brought in to protect lives and property in Boko. That recognition we should stress. He says again, the military must also realize that they are dealing with human lives, which they have a duty, first and foremost, to protect, even in trying circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I think, again, that is a statement that should engage our attention. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement makes another statement when he says, we should not allow the seeds of radicalization to be sowed in any of our communities. A recognition that this is about happening. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is something that again should engage us. He then says, we should be a community governed by laws and not a night of guns. Mr. Speaker, this is from the maker of the statement. Where are we leading ourselves to as a nation? Mr. Speaker, by this statement, we should all know that development at Boko is imperative. The assemblies cannot function effectively. How do we bring governance to the doorsteps of the people? What is happening in Mali, in Burkina Faso, is attributable to the fact that government is seen as a distant administration from the populace. Ghana, one of the intervening factors is that by this concept of decentralization, people feel the effects of government and indeed governance in the districts. If now we are disabling the assemblies, what is going to happen? Mr. Speaker, we are told that professionals fleeing the conflict zone, people are shot at, they have to be treated at the hospitals, and then people run to the hospitals to even engage medical officers, to attack medical officers. They will flee the conflict zone. So doctors are fleeing, nurses are fleeing, teachers are fleeing. What does it mean? It means we are all helping to cultivate a generation that will soon characterize as a lost generation. That should be of concern to us. And that is why he says that we are radicalizing the youth. If they have no business doing, they have no work doing, what will happen? Then they will chase after guns to protect themselves in the first place and also inflict and indeed continue the violence. That should be our concern. Mr. Speaker, businesses are collapsing. People can't go to farms. And famine is looming. And soon, if you're not careful, Boko will become a dead town. And then that will open a window for the radicals from within and from without to enter and cause violence through that corridor. And that should be our concern. So, Mr. Speaker, after this, what should be the way forward for us? And I thought that is what we should be engaging. Not engaging in mere expressive. What should be the way forward? Somebody has suggested that we should involve Parliament. Is it the case that we should let the Committee on Defence and Interior visit them to assess the situation and come to report to us as to what Parliament itself can do? Yes, to a very great extent, the chieftaincy issue has been ousted by a ruling from the courts. That's why I was uncomfortable when my colleague said that nothing has come from the courts. I think you didn't get your facts right. Something has come from the courts. If something has come from the courts, it's supposed to help to abate this chieftaincy issue. And where we are, we should take it out of the table. But it is not a problem that could be attended to by just one person. Maybe the next step to do, maybe, to involve some chiefs, to involve maybe the clergy, to involve some distinguished imams, to involve eminent citizens. What can we do to put a group together to go and talk to the people? Respected citizens. I believe this is what we should be thinking about. Engaging in blame games will not help. As for what has happened, the killings of people and so on committed by the military, if you have to investigate, there is a way of investigating that, either through the military police or maybe by the police, aided by the military police. That could easily be done. And let's not spend too much time talking about that. What should be the way forward for us? To me, that should be the engagement of us. And Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying, a proposal has come that Parliament could embark on some recce and then have a report. But the matter is whether we can guarantee the security of the members of Parliament who will go there. If really they have to go to the ground and not be using telescopes to be assessing the situation. If they have to go to the ground, is it safe for them? For now, no. Listening to the accounts that are being given by colleagues, for now, we cannot guarantee the security of members of Parliament if they should go there. But perhaps if we put together a group of eminent citizens, as I've indicated, involving chiefs, the clergy, imams, and eminent citizens, perhaps we could achieve some results. So I will plead, let's focus on this. And if you have any other useful advice to bring on board, let's do so. And try not by our words and conduct to escalate the tensions, but to douse the flame. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. Colleagues, there's another statement also on alleged police brutality, military brutalities. But let me observe that from this statement and the discussions and contributions, what comes out clearly that what is happening at Boko now is not just about a chieftaincy dispute. It's gone beyond that, and now pure criminal activity has seeped in. From the narrations on both sides, it's probably unsafe as a community. Boko is otherwise a very vibrant community, but it's unsafe now to live and work there for professionals, for traders passing through, and probably opened up
the high risk of attack by terrorists. from your statement, or from the minister's statement, the Shiraj and the police have been invited to investigate the specific allegations. I'll encourage that we permit them to do that. The risk of bringing our political clout into this situation is very high, and I encourage members to please keep out of it and only focus on excesses, as the honourable member has done. But we should be seen to be supportive of the security agencies, because the situation can escalate, and the danger and the risk is to all of us. Thank you, honourable member, for the statement. Thank you all who have contributed. But let's all keep in mind that the risk is not only to Boko
and those living and passing through Boko. The risk is to all of us, and would ensure that whatever it takes to ensure safety, we should put our efforts behind that. I thank you. The next statement is by the honourable member for Bebieni Anyaso Bekwai constituency. Honourable, yes. Yes, also on the military brutalities alleged. Yes, proceed.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the persistent military brutalities in Bibiani Zongo and Bibiani Old Town, both in Bibiani Ahiansomekwa constituency in the Western North region, which is a clear violation of the inhabitants' right to life as provided under Article 13, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honourable Speaker, I am sad that I have to bring to the attention of this August House of Bibiani Zongo and Bibiani Old Town and Bekwai no longer feel safe because of the persistent military brutalities in this. After the Asante Gold took over Bibiani gold mines from Mason Gold Bibiani Limited, the military station at the place had been consistently brutalizing the people in these two communities, which are adjacent to the mines for apparently no reason. For example, in October 2022, armed military officers went to the Old Town community looking for a boy they claimed had taken some waste materials down nearby the community. And when the resident questioned their movement in the community, which was scary, started assaulting them to the extent that one Hussein Issa was shot 3 times in the leg, rendering him paralyzed. Again, Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, while Mr. Jacket Pillar, a native of Bibiani Zongo, had his motorbike broken down on the road. While trying to fix it, the military came across the scene and left him severely injured. Mr. Speaker, what has necessitated this statement today is the 3rd incident, which just happened on Sunday, 5th February 2023, where the same military brutalized some of the inhabitants in Bibiani Zongo and left 5 of them seriously wounded and are currently admitted at different hospitals, including Bibiani Government Hospital, for treatment. One sad aspect of this development, Mr. Speaker, is that one of the victims, by name Aziz Karim, was shot in his private parts, and I wonder if this young man can give birth later in life, even if he survives. The assembly member of the Zongo community, Mr. Abdullah Adams, who was trying to calm the military down, ended up being beaten and severely injured as well. The 3rd person received several bullets in the leg, and one would be wondering whether the military officers thought that they were on a battleground. Right, Honorable Speaker, you will be unpleasantly surprised when you watch the footages of the manner in which the military officers deliberately targeted their victims while shooting. Mr. Speaker, isn't it strange that our military officers could mete out such atrocities to unarmed civilians? If these people's right to life is threatened in their own country, then there is much to be worried about as Ghanaians. And the call for professionalism on the part of the military should not be limited to the people of Bibiani, Zongo, and Old Town alone. At this critical point, Mr. Speaker, my appeal to the House is to direct the Defense Minister to stop the brutalities and harassment of the people in the aforementioned communities immediately in order to maintain peace and calm in the area. I further request that this incident be investigated fully and the culprits should be punished accordingly, while the innocent victims must be given the adequate compensation. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the statements made by my colleague, MP from Bebiani Aniaso constituency. The military, as part of its expanded role, includes assisting the civil authorities to maintain law and order in the country. All and sundry will agree with me that over the years, government after government have been going around the world attracting investors to come and invest in this country. And it is only proper that when investors invest their monies in this country, we as a people will protect their investment. The situation that the honorable member is talking about regarding brutalities meted out to people in the Bebiani Zongo, for me, leaves much to be desired. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen footages of the so-called brutalities, and the story as presented by the honorable member as compared to the video footages do not gel. These are two different things altogether. How on earth can people just go to concessions by the is it Mensem gold mining company and then just take away gold bearing, rock bearing minerals to wherever they take them? If you watch the footages, people were welding cattle and provoking the military. It is interesting. For me, I will rather commend the military for the professional way they handle the situation. Is it the case that we allow people to take the law into their own hands because they think they have certain concerns? Mr. Speaker, yes, people may have concerns, but I believe that the best way to resolve those concerns are not for people to take the law into their own hands. The military cannot sit and fold their arms whilst people take their laws into their own hands. Yes, the military are there, and they are there on the authority of the Ministry of Defense. And they were there doing and rendering a legitimate service to the gold mine. I can understand, and I share the concerns of my honorable member, but I think that the people of Bebiani Zongo must also know that we have laws in this country. And as long as we are prepared to invite investors to this country, Ghana as a country will continue to protect their investment. And please, let us not take the military for a joke. And so I share the concerns of my honorable member, but I believe that it is about time that we let every Ghanaian know that we have laws in this country and we are governed by laws, and nobody should and dare take the military for a ride. Right Honorable Speaker, compensations have been, Honorable Member is asking for compensation. We believe that our soldiers are well trained and they are professional. Is it not laughable that soldiers that are well trained and are professionals will just go about and see people fixing their motorbikes and without any shred of provocation, they will just start shooting indiscriminately? I think that for me calls for a lot of questions and answers. I listened to my honorable colleague, and I think that listening to his statement, I think that I was really wondering how certain things really could be done by an armed forces that is well trained and are professionals. Right Honorable Speaker, I as Deputy Defense Minister believe in the professionalism and the training of our soldiers. Yes, they are human institutions, and so every now and then we may have excesses, but I don't think that any Ghanaian soldier so well trained go out of his way, and I repeat, Honorable Speaker, will go out of his way just to indiscriminately shoot at people. That, for me, is something I find difficult to accept and to believe. But be as it may, yes, it is only proper that in times like this, we all look at how best we can support the Ghana Armed Forces to do the best for our nation. The Armed Forces has carved a reputation for itself. And so sometimes I find it difficult to accept the fact that some people may want to denigrate the reputation of the armed forces. That is the only armed forces we have. And I think that world over, the armed forces is being seen as an institution that is held high in esteem. We as Ghanaian people must be proud of what we have. Yes, if there is anything wrong, we can come together collectively as a people to help build the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Thank you very much.
His Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I ordinarily would not have been speaking on this matter, but listening to views and comments from colleagues and knowing that this is not about the first time issues of military brutalities have been reported in this country. Also accepting the fact that we have only this military to protect us, we will not intentionally in this house say things that would derail their efforts. But Mr. Speaker, a Jura came, it led to loss of lives. War came, a missing phone, persons were beaten. The earlier statement about Boku have just been commented on, and now another one from Bibiani. It is true that the military is the only thing that we have for this country to protect us all. Just maybe, Mr. Speaker, we must start reviewing deployment of military for some of these civic responsibilities. Because listening to Honorable Mahama Yarga and listening to responses from the minister, the issue of cutlass, holding of cutlass came up. Now again, another cutlass. Is it now an offense to even hold a cutlass if you are a farmer? Because for some of us, we come from farming constituencies, and our constituents will necessarily be holding cutlasses for their activities. And one day, if the military happen to be passing around there and they find them, they may consider these cutlasses as assault rifles, and it may turn into something else. I ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, knowing me and knowing my position about the military, would not be contributing to this matter and speaking, but it's becoming too many. And something must be done. The Minister for Defense, the Deputy Minister who is here, and the commanders should review the protocols and the engagement that the military will have with civilians when they are involved in some of these civic operations, which is outside their domain. We are not in war situation where just mere holding of a cutlass, not even a cape gun, not even just a double barrel gun or a single barrel gun, will result in the kind of assaults that we see and witness in the videos that they are talking about. Yes, the ministers have responsibility to defend the troops, but sometimes when you over-defend, and the civilians they are supposed to be protecting, who should hold them high, also lose confidence in them, it results in all kinds of situations. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for the support of some information that has come to my attention. I believe that as a country, we need them to protect us. But no matter the level of provocation, let's be measured how we handle these persons, so that innocent persons, that's our concern here, innocent persons cannot be involved or be found victims of some of these attacks. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity and to encourage the Minister for Defense, the Deputy, and all others who are involved to at least try and do something about these continuous cases of assault that is happening around the country involving the military. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thanks, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Alfred Obeng-Boateng, on the military brutalities of the people of Bibiani Zongo and Bibiani Otan. Mr. Speaker, the military personnel are our wives, sisters, friends, and everything. Their mandate is to protect lives and properties. Therefore, they must learn to coexist with the civilian population in Bibiani. Mr. Speaker, I therefore support the call to investigate the military brutalities in Bibiani. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that this Honorable House must refer this matter to the Ministry of Defense or the Committee on Defense and Interior for investigation to bring this matter to an end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members. Oh, yes. We also want to speak. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my brother and friend, the Honourable Member of Parliament for the Kwai Anyas from Northeast region. Mr. Speaker,
At any point in time, we'll talk about the Ghana Armed Forces. It is a force that we must all jealously protect. And whatever a soldier does that inflicts a dent on the professional image of the Ghana Armed Forces, every Ghanaian has a right to report it. Because the image of the Ghana Armed Forces, we are proud of it, and we'll do everything as Ghanaians to protect that image jealously. Mr. Speaker, I've heard of military brutality from Wa to Anyuasu Bekwai, to Boko, and to many other places over the years, and it's still happening. What we all have to do is that we need to understand that the military is guided by international humanitarian law, and every deployment is governed by rules of engagement. And these rules of engagement are drawn from principles that are very clear, that the military officer should not shoot a civilian. A military officer should not shoot at civilian objects. A military officer should respect the life of every individual. If you look at the 1992 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Article 210, Clause 3, it says what? The armed forces shall be equipped and maintained to perform their role of defense of Ghana. And the expanded role is added here, as well as other functions for the development of Ghana as the President may determine. Apart from defending Ghana, there are several things that the military can do in defending Ghana and ensuring that the development of Ghana is respected. So when you hear of problems of military brutality, Mr. Speaker, it is worrying to some of us who have a background in security. Because if the image of the military is bastardized, it will come back to haunt all of us. Because a professional armed forces is an armed forces that protects the sovereignty of the country, to ensure that when we are talking about somebody coming from outside to attack Ghana, we can be sure that we can go to sleep. But as we speak, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not at war. And if Ghana is not at war, we will expect that our military will not go so much into civilianization. Civilianization of military activities is a danger to the democracy that we enjoy. Let the soldiers remain soldiers. Let the other security services remain in their own lane. But when it comes to military brutality, it is something that can dent the image of the Ghana Armed Forces. And all of us should sound a clarion call to the Minister of Defense that we should rise up to the occasion and ensure that our armed forces will remain as professional as we know them, and we will remain proud of our Ghana Army. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement. Clearly, the statement that has been made, and obviously the earlier one, put into question the Ghana Armed Forces, an institution that is really of excellence and professionalism. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are real questions that must be answered. The issue of how are we getting the military to deal with civilians? How are they trained? Do we have challenges with training? And Mr. Speaker, the other important point in this statement has to do with military attachment in gold mining areas. It is not only in Bebeni, Anyuasu, Bekwai, but it's in a lot of gold mining areas. And we've had incidents of military encounters with civilians. And in some instances it has been brutal. I can tell of a story in the Lembele district not long ago. Mr. Speaker, that attachment of military in these mining communities must be revisited. And we must know how we deal with it. And so the call by the maker of the statement for the military establishment to revisit the issue of training, to revisit how we basically dispatch military to be attached to mining communities is very critical. Because this incident really, as has been stated, put in question the Ghana Armed Forces, which is ultimately our defenders, an institution that is so respected. This must be addressed and must be addressed urgently. Mr. Speaker, I think that the other issue in the statement has to do with how representatives of the people, when they try to intervene, the story of how assembly members were brutalized and shot when they tried to defend and speak on behalf of the people they represent. Mr. Speaker, that is another very serious concern that must be addressed. And so, I think the call for the military leadership to revisit and investigate this incident and make sure that the perpetrators are brought to book and that justice is served and the respect of our constitution are key. Mr. Speaker, I will say that I want to thank the maker of the statement. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, in fact, I have seen and I've held the videos on this Babiani incident, and I find the statement unfortunate. Yesterday, when I saw the statement, I sent copies of the video I had received the night morning before to the maker of the statement. It's a pity we as members of Parliament are not eyewitnesses. People tell us what they say has happened, and we are motivated to speak on their behalf. But in fact, if you see the videos, you'll be appalled at the conduct of the people claiming to have been attacked by the military. They are bravely entered somebody's mind, carrying the rocks and brazenly. The military are there. It's not an open area. They've crossed the gate, pushed the gate, the military pushes them back, they pull back, they gather, and they are all holding cutlasses. It's not one person. I sent the video for him to look at. And threatening the soldiers, if only because you are wearing a uniform. If because of your uniform you think you're brave. They go in, the military push them back, the gate, they go back. I think that the braving or bravado with which young people today are willing and ready to attack and confront military or even security people. If we think that the military should not come in, then we are going to militarize the police. Because there's no way the police can deal with this kind of behavior. It is happening across board. And we should be careful not to condemn until we have seen or heard all sides. I'm a lawyer. I'm against brutalities of any kind. But I'm also an avid believer in law enforcement. And I think that unless the military or the police are firm, we will soon be overrun in this house, market. I was trying to get ICD people to put the videos on so that everybody looks at them and compare that with the statement. I know it is just because the assemblyman's name is mentioned. They went and brought the assemblyman to go there. They pushed the assemblyman forward and they followed him with their cutlasses. I was wondering how they expect the military to behave. If you come, in fact, if you look at the numbers, they even outnumber the military people holding cutlasses and things. I think we should be very careful with the things, how we hear them and how we present them. The military, the police are there to protect us. If we don't give them support, I'm afraid we may be overrun. Here, the honourable member, if you want to say anything, I'll give you the floor.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think that you were only given a section of the incidents, but it appears your discussion is being dwelled on that small aspect. Right now, Mr. Speaker, those who send that aspect, they might have interest. So the part that interests them, that is what we go to court. This is the part that supports our claim that we put out. So right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to prompt you that the aspect that they shot the young man private parts, if anybody sees it, if we put it on the screen, the narrative will change immediately. The time that you saw the people pushing, at that time, the people had caused severe harm already, and they were trying to also, further retaliate. So some people send just small aspects which support their claim. And right now, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we do in court. So I'll plead with you that if the investigation is conducted, then we can see the full story. Other than that, we will talk of military. They are human beings like us. Some of them, even their background, is questionable.
Some can go there, because if you look at the utterances, some of them, you haven't listened to that. You see your MP that you are looking for. If the MP had come here, you would have beaten him. The Speaker, I think that is safe. That is safe. It's an indictment on the whole House that a member of Parliament of the area, I was even in Accra, and he said that if assuming I was there and I tried to intervene, that is what they would have done.
Honourable Member, I thought you were going to say something. Mr. For this, your comment, I'll arrange for this video to be put on for everybody to see it, whether it is an after fact. This is the beginning. The people are leaving the mine with boulders they are taking from the mine. You see, what you are told is also only one part of it. The person who sent this to me is from Western Region, Nzema area. His concern was about the confrontation with the military, how the young men and women are brazenly confronting the military. And for me, that is the danger we risk by just attacking the security without looking at what could have led to. So, without due respect to you, they have given you a portion which makes you want to speak on their behalf. That's it. But I think that the danger really is we should be very, very careful in managing situations relating to the military and the police. Sometimes what we hear and which moves us to speak against the military and the police is not the entire story. But I'll have this matter put on the screen for everybody to see so that we judge whether it was a situation. They are coming from the mining area and a fenced area, carrying the rocks clearly. That's where the confrontation started. There's one more statement. Yes, thank you, Honourable Member, for the statement. There's one more statement from the Honourable Member for Laura. Yeah, the Honourable Member.
This one is very short.
Thank you very much. Right,
before you start, on members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular hours. Now you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the recent fire outbreak at the Ermo Senior High Technical School. Mr. Speaker, the Ermo Senior Technical High School is one of the 3 senior high schools in my constituency and the Laura municipality of the Upper West Region. On the night of Monday, 6 February 2023, at about 7 p.m., I was informed by the Municipal Director of Education and the headmaster of the school through a telephone call that the girls' dormitory was in uncontrollable flames and the whole school was in confusion. By 10 p.m., the whole dormitory block had been gutted and left in complete ruins. Mr. Speaker, I was further informed that properties worth thousands of cedis belonging to the students were destroyed, as nothing could be salvaged. Sadly, this also included the little cash the students had with them in school. Mr. Speaker, my information is that the female students are traumatized and are currently housed in some makeshift accommodation within the campus. According to the school authorities, it would take a while to estimate the cost of the damage to the belongings of the students who were unable to salvage any of their items lost as a result of the fire. Not even the arrival of the Ghana National Fire Service would save the situation. According to eyewitnesses, the cause of the fire is yet to be established. However, what is known is that there were intermittent power outages, or what is popularly known as DUMSO, on the campus prior to the fire outbreak yesterday,
that is on that day. Mr. Speaker, the situation is really devastating, and I'm extremely sad by the development. My deep sorrow goes to the students and the school's management and staff. Indeed, this unfortunate incident has taken everybody by surprise. I myself, I got the sad news a few minutes after I returned to Accra on Monday from the constituency. It is, however, a great relief that no life has been lost. Mr. Speaker, I am currently in touch with the school management, the municipal chief executive, and the Upper West Regional Minister in finding an immediate solution to the problems so that normal academic work will continue in order that the students do not get distracted unduly. I call on parents whose children are affected by the fire to remain calm as efforts are underway to find a suitable solution for the incident. Mr. Speaker, permit me to use the platform of this August House to also call on public-spirited people to come to the aid of the students and the school so that the burden of reconstruction of the girls' dormitory, which has been bent down completely, will not be the entire responsibility of the government. I also appeal to the Municipal Assembly, the Upper West Regional Coordinating Council, the Ministry of Education, NADMO, and indeed the entire government of His Excellency Nana Adanko Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to, as a matter of urgency, take steps to bring some relief to the girls and the school authorities. In particular, I appeal to the GET Fund to come to the aid of the school with a building for the girls as soon as possible. On my part, Mr. Speaker, I will make my support available after the school authorities have assessed the situation and given an indication of their priority areas. My heart goes out with these young female students who have had to suffer this trauma. May God continue to guide and protect them. Once more, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the Upper West Caucus, it grieves my heart that these fires are beginning to take a shape that is suspected to be arson. On the 23rd of this month, fires were found to have destroyed the upper level of the girls' dormitory in Wa Secondary Technical. Within 24 hours, new fires emerged in another side of the dormitory. And then his case in Ermon also occurred with fires destroying a whole of the space he's just talked about. And 2 days ago, Mr. Speaker, a place I went to inspect and to support them to construct a school. The space occupied by the students, which is built by stocks, use of stock material just to keep students, in class. The space was also burned down. This increased burning of school property is becoming a very troublesome situation. And the feeling that somebody may have been behind all this is very strong. And I want to call on the security to beef up security in this area. These are areas where facilities are lacking, where infrastructure is not adequate. And these are places targeted for destruction by these individuals or by some coincidence, situations that cannot be explained. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to recognize the importance of education as a critical element in the life of every nation. Wherever education is destroyed, we are destroying the very core foundation of the state. And that is why our policies in education have always taken a chunk of national resources, because we are building a future. Mr. Speaker, the Upper West region is one place where education is instrumental in developing the place and in getting them out of poverty. And once the target is gearing towards destroying education, it is also gearing towards destroying the whole people. And I would want to call on the ministry not just to provide the facility, but to temporarily engage the security forces to make sure places that are targeted for destruction are guarded. Right now, as I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, the girls' dormitory, the leftover space of the girls' dormitory of WAS Senior Secondary Technical Institute is left unoccupied. The girls are unwilling to occupy the space that are not destroyed because they are terrified and are afraid that once they occupy there, the arsenal will come back and destroy the place and their lives will be destroyed. I was there a few days ago to donate to 58 students whose everything were bent. And indeed, the few things that they held in their hands, I give them chalk boxes so they can keep them there and still live a life in school. Many of them thought they are unwilling to stay back and are running home because they think that their lives are in danger. This is not good for our learning experience and teaching and learning that is going on there. And I will want to encourage the Ministry of Education to take interest in what is happening in Eremon, what is happening in WAS Secondary Technical, and what is happening elsewhere in the situation where fires easily are gutted out in these places and properties are destroyed and students are left handicapped and in terror. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Are you also from WA? Very well. I'll give it to those from that area and then come to Chairman of the Education Committee before I go to the Minister. So, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this statement. Mr. Speaker, much as I agree with the earlier maker of the statement and the comments, I want to take this opportunity to say that these are emergency situations. And the maker of the statement clearly states here, and I would like to read just that portion. He is appealing to the Regional Coordinating Council, the Minister of Education, NADMO, that's what I'm interested in. Mr. Speaker, NADMO, definitely a national disaster management organization, I'm sure is beginning to lose its attention or its core mandate when it comes to disasters. I am saying this because past years, NADMO used to be very effective to come in when the government, I know it's still government funding, but these days we don't see that proactiveness as NADMO used to be. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because in this House, I, Honorable Joseph Kwame Kuma, made a statement about rainstorms that unroofed a lot of buildings, 320 in Kintampo North Municipality. Up to date, not a bucket. I put a question, the minister came and promised July 2021, 2022, they were giving, Minister of Finance was releasing money. Up to now, nothing. This is a clear case of NADMO activity. Minister of Money today, tomorrow, to roof any school building or make a temporary structure. Based on NADMO being mentioned here, Mr. Speaker, I think we should direct this to NADMO to urgently go in with tents, construct temporary structures to immediately save this situation. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement
Member of Parliament for Laura in respect of the fire outbreak at Ermo Senior Technical School. I associate myself with the sentiments of the Honourable Member of Parliament, and I also wish to express my sympathies to the students, the parents, and then the teachers of the school. I know they are in very difficult times, especially regarding providing shelter and some of the personal effects of the students so that normal learning can take place. But, Mr. Speaker, it's quite worrying, especially about the frequency and then the peculiarity of these fires. The Honourable Member for West Central alluded to a similar situation probably 3 weeks ago, that in Wa Secondary Technical, the girls' dormitory was gutted with fire, and consecutively the second day or the third day, the situation recurred in the same school. And in just 2-3 weeks, we have the same situation occurring in Ermo Senior Technical School. It therefore calls for some level of investigation and what could account for this trend of fires, especially in senior high schools in the Upper West, and particularly at girls' dormitories. I think the peculiarity should be able to assist the National Fire Service to do the appropriate investigations. It's clear that we have transitioned from the cold weather that is brought by the Harmattan into the hot weather, and it brings with it a fire. For if you have structures that have defective wiring and you cannot attest to the quality of the insulation, this weather can cause fires. We are also not aware if the National Fire Service conducts fire safety assessment in these institutions, particularly having experienced it twice in just 3 weeks. I think that they should up their game and conduct assessments in these schools. Secondly, I also think that we should look at probably the appliances that are used in these schools, particularly those that are common with the girls' dormitories, and probably that could be the source of the fire. We are not preempting the findings of what the National Fire Service will do, but we are not ruling out anything. We cannot also rule out arson because of the frequency and the nature of the fires. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that is something that the National Fire Service should take seriously and probably investigate so that we know, so that we bring closure to this matter, and particularly conduct fire safety assessment across the school so that we don't have these things recurring in other institutions. I also want to call and plead on philanthropists and other organizations that can come to the aid of these students, that they should come and assist the students because they are in dire need so that normal learning can go on in these schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with the statement made by Honorable Bidizidin, member for Laura constituency. It's unfortunate that this has happened, and we need to sympathize with the students. This is because it's going to put much pressure financially on their parents. Having lost everything that they had before going to the school, parents will have to look for money to buy everything for them all over again. We sympathize with them. Mr. Speaker, observations have also shown that because of the number of students we have in the dormitories, there's so much pressure on the gadget that is there. So the system becomes heated over time. But the students are such that they don't put off even those gadgets when they are going to sleep. They keep on lights, everything. So the system becomes choked. So what is also important for us to do is to make sure that housemasters go round before students sleep so that those gadgets that are not to be on are put off. So that is also very, very important.
Then also, it's good the Minister for Education is here. We need to provide the schools and the dormitories with fire extinguishers. As we are talking now, I am not sure if that school had a number of fire extinguishers available. So the minister should arrange so that schools are supplied with fire extinguishers, especially where we don't have the fire service vans or vehicles around to put out fire when there's an outbreak. So it is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, one thing we also need to do as a nation, when we are preparing our budgets for the year, we should make provision for such occurrences. If you look at the Get Fund formula that we have been approving, very, very little is allocated for emergencies. It is not good for us because we have experienced more than 5 fire outbreaks in schools already. And these are emergency cases, and they needed to be attended to urgently. So I will urge the Minister for Education to liaise with the Get Fund when they are preparing the formula for this year to make substantial provision for emergency cases like this. Because if it is not in the budget or the approved formula, it will be very difficult for Get Fund to release any money for such emergencies. Because how are we going to cater for the students now? Will they be day students and come for lectures? Even that, you will see that they come from very far homes. So they will find it very difficult getting people to live with and attend classes. So there's a need for us to make provision, either at the ministry in their own budget or Get Fund, which is responsible for these projects. And what is also important, Mr. Speaker, is about allocation to Get Fund. We've spoken about this for a very long time. We need to increase allocation to Get Fund so that they can take care of these things. It is very, very important. So, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Honourable Minister who is with us here this afternoon to take these matters seriously and see what remedial or immediate actions he can take so that the students can return to school as quickly as possible and continue with their studies. On this note, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, I think you may wish to say something in respect of this statement.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank my colleagues who have spoken on such an important issue. I want to take this opportunity to express our support for the schools that have gone through this situation, whether it's firestorm, fire, or true windstorm. Dramine Senior High School for what happened at the school in Erimon, Secondary Technical. We've received reports. Our 3 senior high school coordinators have been on site. Our regional directors have gone to the various schools where we have had these challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to begin to take a look at issues regarding fire by ensuring that new schools that we are building we have sprinkler systems. But beyond that, I think I also support the call by the ranking member that we should conduct immediate inspection of schools, and where there are no fire extinguishers, we need to provide them so that before the fire service gets to such locations, support could be offered in terms of putting out the fires. Mr. Speaker, the government continues its effort in terms of building more school facilities across the length and breadth of this country. We also have to ensure that as we put out new facilities, we also make budgetary allocations for a replacement of those that are destroyed. We have the FPMU dispatching people to change to see what we can do immediately to provide the necessary replacement of the infrastructure that has been destroyed, so that the education process at these schools will not be unduly negatively impacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well, honourable members. Very well, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement, Honourable Bezidin, the MP for Laura. A very unfortunate incident at Eremo High School. There's got a few points that came out of the statement that needs to be highlighted. We're told that the fire outbreak that took place on the 6th destroyed all properties of these female students and nothing was salvaged. But what was remarkable is that we were also told that there were intermittent outages before this fire. Mr. Speaker, that really quickly brought the flaglight about some of the issues and some of the things I've witnessed when I visited some of these boarding schools. You obviously visit a dormitory congested with all sorts of electrical appliances being used. The wiring is all visible all over the place. And I think on occasions like this, and I'm happy the minister was here, there has to be an audit of wiring and electricals in secondary schools. Because quite frankly, this is really a red flag there. It's possible that these wiring problems, these intermittent power outages, were as a result of this wiring malfunction. Mr. Speaker, what we were not told in the statement was the issue of the fire service and what time they arrived. It's also another important point. And I have to say that because we don't have information, but I know that there have been issues of fire where the phone calls to the fire service has really taken forever. That must also be looked at. Mr. Speaker, I think the call for the minister, the regional minister, the municipal assembly, working closely with the government through the Minister of Education to quickly intervene in this particular case of Eremont High School is a very urgent one. But Mr. Speaker, the issues of safety, the minister in his statement said that in the new buildings coming up, they will be using sprinkler systems and other things. Those are very important. We must really bring to the fore the culture of safety in secondary schools. How many secondary schools have been engaging in safety drills during a particular period? And so these are very important matters that must be brought up, especially the issues of wiring and electrical audit in these secondary schools to really avoid these issues of fire. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. That brings us to the end of statement time, and I'll bring proceedings to a close for today. It's past 2 p.m., so it is up to me. I don't need a motion to bring proceedings to a close. So, honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, the 9th of February, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Cotoso. Boga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian, tell and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches, dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sits with Nana Fitz on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Ladies, our nipple, our clit, our ears.
The ears, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yes. And then me, I don't have feelings under my feet. You can do whatever I will not. But my nyash,
okay,
the line
especially
between
on
my
the
nyash,
beach.
Yes.
Oh.
I have a lot of feelings there. So I love my man to, feel the whole body, play with me. Let me feel like, I'm being eaten.
Right there. It is an all-new season of Mountain Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV, your favorite 18+ show with me, Paula Amabroni. I promise you that in this new season, we'll bring you engaging topics, daring one of course. And as we always do it, our motive is to spice up your relationship. So we'll take a quick break. When I come back, I introduce my guest and the topic for today. Stay tuned. You're welcome back. This is Mountain Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's topic is very dear to my heart because I have friends who are plus-size women, highly endowed, kicking it, sexy, they've got all what it takes. So today we're just looking at the topic, how to have good sex with a plus-size woman. Yeah, you should know what works for the body, how to go around it, so that at the end of the day, your woman will be pleasured, whereas you, the guy, you'll be getting some very good sex. So I have the right people with me here, seated in my couch, to do the discussion. I'll introduce my guest shortly. So I have here with me Kita Moore. I got the name right? Kita Moore. Yeah, Kita is an actress, she's a model, and also an entrepreneur. Later I'll tell her, I will tell you what she does, what she's into, so you could contact her for business. Kita, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
She looking good.
Thank you.
I like the all black thing, like fierce. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great. So I'm not doing this alone with Kita. I have here with me Regina Etonam Agbenyo. Regina is a practicing veterinary officer. She's an agriculturist. Like she loves the whole agriculture thing. Later on, I'll tell you what she's into. She's into such an amazing thing. We'll talk about that later. We'll save the best for the last. But she is past contestant of Diasa. Yes, she's a voter region rep. So those of you who follow Diasa, you surely know Etonam, and she is currently a contestant of Mix SL Plus. Later on, we'll delve more into it. But Etonam, you're welcome. Thank you. You guys look amazing. I like how you're confident in your skin. All that. You look good too. Oh, thank you. Women supporting women. Yes. Great. So today's topic: how to have good sex with a plus size woman, what to do, what to look out for when you are, you know, in with a plus size woman, the things that will help you and all that. Personally, what are some of the misconceptions you've heard when it comes to love making and plus size women? We hear a lot of things on social media and personal encounters on it. What are some of the misconceptions?
Okay, thanks so much. When it comes to love making, you know, love making should be fun. And so I don't see the reason why people are having this perception about being plus size is a curse, we smell, we are lazy. Basically, sex shouldn't be something that comes in a form of intimidating ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. So as a plus size lady, we don't smell. Meanwhile, people say, so this is the avenue for us to create more awareness. Yes, to break that myth that we don't smell, we are not lazy. We are actually hardworking. We are beautiful, we are confident, gorgeous, and when they follow us to the bedroom, the bedmatics is there.
Show them, show them.
Yeah,
Kita, now, I was reading, so ahead of this topic, you know, I wanted to know the frequently asked questions. And another misconception, I would term it as a misconception, is that plus size women cannot ride a dick. Like getting on top. You know how some men are like, okay, get on top, show me what you've got.
Yes.
Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay.
Because I'm a rider, I love to ride.
Yes.
I always want to take in control. And that position is very good. I mean, it helps you get the whole chest in, you know, you put your hands on the man's chest, then you pound on him. Especially, it's more fun when you turn around so that he sees the eyes, then you pound on him. No. It's not true. We can do it more well, and with the extra body and the sexiness, he will love it.
So for the men who think that they're going to be crushed, they are actually missing out.
They are missing out. They should try it. Get yourself a plus size. You can't tell me this and that about plus size when you have not tried.
Exactly.
You should try before you say something bad. And I might say not all plus size ladies are very active in bed.
Okay.
Maybe that is why some of the guys are saying that. But if you have tried A, doesn't mean you should end there. You should move to B, because B might be very naughty and, you know, crazy. I want to explore. I do how we do wheelbarrow. Oh yes, because I want to explore. Okay. I want to do what you think I can't do.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it. If I'm not able to do it, that's why you tell me, because I'm plus, then no. Try it before you say we are not
So it's a misconception that they're going to crush you.
It's all lies.
Great.
It's all lies.
The whole thing that comes with plus size women love slim guys, slender guys. Is that what you want? Or maybe if you are equally plus size, the chemistry is not really there. So that's why you go for that. How does it work?
Oh, actually, personally, I have nothing to say about this, but I think that is just how it should go, so that there can be
balance.
Yeah, it should be balanced. And you know, as plus, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Slim guy
can enter there, you know, and give it to us.
Great.
Yeah.
So let me talk about the positions that really works for you, as you say, to give it to you. Because at the end of the day, what is the point of making love when it's not enjoyable, when it's just one person, and then at the end of the day you go and you're talking trash and all that? It happens. Even with slim girls, you meet a man, you think you're good, and then later on he goes to badmouth you and all that. What are the positions that works for plus size women, Kita?
Well, I don't think it's only the position.
Okay.
Sex is something to enjoy. So first of all, you start with romance, and that's where some of the guys will say, okay, plus size ladies smell, because maybe some of the plus size ladies don't take care of their punani well. If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up. I mean, so every sex should start with a romance, a little, you know, playing with the nipple, sucking the dick, you know, some licking with the clit. That will make the punani, you know, plus size, our pussy is always wet and it's very tight. You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch.
And that makes it so enjoyable.
Okay.
So to me, I feel like not the sex position, the position a lot, but it's the romance that will make everything, you know, enjoyable.
Okay.
And with plus size ladies, we are known that doggy is our favorite style. Yes, it's good because
doggy works for you.
It works a lot, especially when you are with a slim guy who is a little tall. You know, when you are tall and you are slim and you are with a plus size, meaning your penis is a little long. That will help the nyash. Yes, and not all men knows how to do doggy with plus size ladies.
So how do you do it? Do you have to raise flesh or get so close?
Yes,
like, how does
I mean, when you are doing doggy with a plus size, the nyash is huge. You want to get in there, so you grab it like you're opening a book.
It up.
And you hit hard. You go in and out. That's where you feel it in your tummy that, yeah, this nigga is hitting me good.
Okay.
You understand? And doggy, I love to ride. I mean, I love most positions. So to me, doggy, wheelbarrow, riding, a lot goes for
Kita,
me.
you see, you made mention that, when you have a slim guy, if you get lucky, the dick is long.
Yeah.
If a man who wants to roll with a plus size woman but who's got a very small or short dick, what advice will you give the person? How can they do it? Should they still open up?
Well,
because at the end of the day, you don't want his ego to be bruised.
Yes.
How do you go about it?
If you're a man that you love me and you want to be with me and your dick is not satisfying me, I will let you know. I will not keep it. I will let you know. Now there we have herbals that can even help your penis, but for now that your penis is a little not satisfying, I will let you know how you can go around and then get it done.
So it talks about communication.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Go around the body, how you can hit it, how if you are doing it and I'm not feeling it, I'll let you know, babe, hit harder.
It's true. Like, we've always advised women, if your man is doing it, don't even fake the money.
Yes.
Don't fake orgasm. Tell him.
It should be real.
It's something you are enjoying. You have to let him also enjoy.
All right.
You understand? So if the dick is short, he has to know that you are feeling it or you are not feeling it.
Maybe you can introduce sex toy if the situation is very wet.
We have pillows that you can use.
But a lot of men feel intimidated with that. A lot.
We've had a conversation about that, and then we're like, oh, well, am I not good enough for you? But it is not to battle it out with you. It's just to compliment you. So maybe you can explore it. It's not that deep. But Atanam, when it comes to hygiene, it's very key. Do you opt for spontaneous sex, or you prefer that, or you go wash down and all that? Because Kita was talking about some people feeling like, okay, you are not clean and all that. So what advice, how best can you go? Do you shower, especially if you sweat a lot? Do you opt that you shower before the real deal, especially if you want to get eaten and all that? Of course, nobody wants a sweaty situation. So how do you go about it?
I think ideally, when we talk about hygiene, it should be practiced frequently. So what our advice is that you wash down before sex, and even after sex, you wash down to prevent organisms and germs from entering into the place here. And even men who would like to finger their ladies, people who would like to lick their ladies, our advice, we brush our teeth.
Before you introduce your mouth there.
Introduce your mouth in there. You must make sure your nails are being trimmed down.
No dirt in between or whatever.
Germs and whatever.
Great.
And sometimes men with long or sharp nails used to hurt the punani after fingering. Because you put your hand there, locomoting, you turn it, and then you finish. And there are bruises.
He's looking for something.
Who wants bruises? It's not a good thing.
No one.
Great. But Etonam, for a woman who is heavily endowed, like a plus size, like very huge, and having to have access to your body and cleaning, maybe you cannot really reach there because some people are very heavy. What advice would you give to that person? Should you get help and all that? Because as much as possible, you should thoroughly wash down
the place. I think sitting down in a chair at your comfort level, it could be a shorter one, it could be the one that follows. You can sit down, open up, and use the water to flush out the place. Well, others tells me they use this syringe, just like they use in the hospitals. People will just have to draw water there, flush it out, but that is what works to them. So if something works for you, you go for it. You do it more. If it doesn't work, you switch to something different. But
at the end of the day, you keep your body very,
very neat. I think preferably there are people who like or love the place to be bushy. People like the place to be bushy. Others would like to keep it short. Whatever works for you,
go for it. Great. But Kita, for a woman who loves to be eaten, this is not even about plus size. There are women, before you you really get them to orgasm, you have to eat them or not that. So for that advice, how do you also keep the place clean? How to also make it pleasurable for your partner?
Well, it depends on how your partner loves it. Other men loves it bushy, and other men loves it, sakura. But to talk of hygiene, you have to always keep that place smooth and neat so that you can concentrate on working on the skin. So you want your pussy to be eaten. Shave.
Okay.
Make sure after shaving you use lime to bath the whole place. You wait at least 5 to 10 minutes before you bath. You do it frequently. No matter what, if you are ready to have sex and you didn't bath and you do this frequently, the place is already neat. And it's smelling good. You don't have bad odor there. That is where you see the man so interested in going there. I think the shaving is important. Your partner loves it bushy, but you should trim it in a way that it's still having hair, but it will not create a bad odor. Yes, because obiba no na odeka boho.
You get what I'm saying?
I think I'm into agreement with what Kita is saying.
Yes.
I think sometimes, apart from shaving, we must keep one partner.
Yeah.
You know, sex shouldn't be done frequently. It comes with some time and season, so that the place will also have time to rest
heal
and heal.
Follow period to rest.
You understand.
Ladies, the conversation is getting interesting, but then I want us to take a quick break. When we come back, then we'll delve more into it. We go to the second part, which is more, But then, ladies, as we stated, sometimes the love making thing pops up and all that, but if you are not really confident, or maybe at that time you are so sweaty and all that, you can ask your partner. You could even tell him, I just want to wash down. A very quick one. You can even join you there so that you feel comfortable. If you want to be eating, everything is great. Before the man is trying to put your hand there and trying to smell, that thing could be very awkward. So I've got the right ladies here to do the discussion. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Moons and Cuddles continues. Quick break. This is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV, and I am Paula Amabroni, live and in charge. So today we're looking at how to have good sex with a plus size woman. And Kita and Etonam, they've been opening keys, telling us what to do, and giving tips to plus size women who really want to enjoy the act of love making. Now, for the second part, I just want to read this quote. It says, having sexual intercourse with someone out of desperation or experimentation isn't good enough reason to be shagging them at all. Simply put, if you think you want to be with a plus woman just because maybe all the while you've had sex with slim ladies, so it's more of like an experiment, something to satisfy your fantasy or whatever, then it's better you do not have sex at all. So is it offensive when you have a guy who says, oh, maybe I've been with slim girls, I want to try it out with plus size? Does it come as a compliment, or you feel like, okay, wait, am I being used as an experiment? Kita?
Well, I'm not surprised, because I get that a lot.
Oh, okay.
I get that a lot from men, like how you are saying he wants to try out. I'm not an experiment. One, if you are not in to stay, you are not getting in at all. So I get that a lot, but I don't really give them that opportunity, unless maybe on a friendship notice. Certain things comes with understanding each other, communication. If you, the lady, you are okay with it, you want to, show him what plus size ladies have, is cool. But personally, me, I will not let a man use me for his own, experiment. No,
nobody is here for that.
Nah.
Nobody.
You get yourself a plus size, or stick with your bones.
Hey, stick with your bones. It's a shade. It's a shade. Yeah. See, Kita, I like that. Being confident in yourself and, you know, standing up to what you believe in. If you're not ready, you use the door. Yeah, Etonam. So for a woman, plus size, how do you detect that this guy coming is just in for the punani? Or is in for a real commitment? How do you differentiate that? Because I say they are words and all that.
It's like of late plus size women are trending. So every guy or man out there wish to go out with them. Now to detect whether a guy just wants to make fun with you, well, I won't say anything much about it, but it's about how we portray ourselves out there to them. If you are in quotes, he would like to come on and exploit. So you have to be vigilant, know what you like for your body, know what you believe in, so that it wouldn't be plus size ladies are trending, but to the negative of it.
Okay. When you see a plus size woman portraying, like, you know, in a movie, the way you can touch your butt and all that, does it come across that you guys are being on serious, or you feel it's a personal thing? They decide what to do with their life.
Oh yeah, everybody with his her choice. So everybody with her choice. Seriously, I'm confident in my own way, but I would like to make a positive impact. Meanwhile, we have others who are also positive in their own way, confident in their own way, but would like to exploit. God has given me the thighs, let me flaunt it. I have breasts, that is also good. But then you have to know what you are doing.
Great.
Yes.
So it's a personal decision.
It's a personal decision.
Kita, I must say that the plus size women that I know, PM is my friend now. Now I've gotten to know you more and all that makes herself too. I follow, and then the ladies that come on board. One will say that plus size women love to show skin. Why is it so?
Well, personally, I think growing up wasn't easy being a plus size. People call me Obolo Twin. From school, the body shame me a lot. Because of my body, some of my friends don't even want to go out with me and all that. So growing up, I met friends who are also interested in how beautiful I look in my plus size body, who confidently tell me to love myself and to you know, I had a friend who is late. I can say that it's through his advice and how he gave me some sort of confidence that made me love myself till now. And me being a model, rest in peace, Salty, wherever you are. He always tells me, I will be like, my tummy is too big, you know. He's always around slim girls with a big nyash and, you know, that kind of a thing, and I'll always be like, me, I'll not go with you. They are having big nyash and all that. He'll say, hey, you that I like, you are the friend I want to go with. You know how your body is. If I'm working with you,
I feel good.
Too much respect.
Respected.
You know, so like it's jovial, but he made me love myself. And for that reason, I love to portray myself in bikinis. When you go to my page on
social
IG,
media,
you see a lot of bikini shorts, me wearing 90s and stuff. I do a lot of shoots. I show a lot of skin because it's not like I'm showing you skin to show that I'm into something bad or something. Some people think when you do that you're into hookup and stuff. I get that a lot, but no, I want other ladies out there to know that if you are bold enough, you can go to the pool with pants and bra.
With your fupa
you will go. I mean, it's not shameful to show your body, your folds. I mean, I have a lot of folds behind me. I love to show them. You are against me for having this. God created me, so you have a problem with God. If you tell me, what's that to do? I said, some people tease me. I have 2 breasts here, so they always tease me. Hey, why can say why not for me? You know, and I'm in a ball me. What do you want me to do? You want me to do what? Go for surgery or something just to please you? No. If I'm to do surgery, I'll do surgery to please myself.
So not others. Great.
So I do a lot of things to show other plus like size ladies that you are bold, you are beautiful, you're the shape. You know, it's not always you have to be Coca-Cola shape. I was there. And some men, some lovers of plus size men. I've met a man who will tell me hey, I didn't afford you with, you know, me pedo do, and then like, and then mommy love you. You know, so there are men out there that loves the body, however it is. Whether you are straight from the top, you are big from the, like he loves it.
No pressure at all. So just find someone who is in tune with that. Great.
Before you find someone who will love your body, you have to love
yourself first. It's true. It's so true. And even with slim ladies, there are some people who have insecurities. They feel like, oh, they are too slim. Later we'll talk about that. But then, Etonam, for someone who goes online, body shame, you post a picture, someone will come, you eat too much, you should undergo surgery, and you should yes, I see.
Oh yeah, you would die.
I get that a lot.
So you see, these are some of all the negative cyberbullying and all that. If you have a man who loves you, who loves you for who you are, and the man has got a family, maybe friends who feel like, okay, why are you with a plus size and all that? But let's first tackle it. How do you deal with such negative comments?
Oh, for me, my confidence level is always high as
100 over 100.
So it is not what you are saying out there that makes me who I will be.
Thank you.
I do what I'm interested in. So for the fact that I'm naked, half naked, full, whatever, and I should post my picture out there and you comment, that is you.
Okay.
You see, it is time plus size ladies have more confidence in ourselves to do whatever we do. Because looking at this stigmatization, this body shaming has led a lot to their graves.
A lot.
People don't feel good at themselves. They are always in Uber. They wouldn't even go to functions.
No.
And it's like they are being entangled and there are cages that they don't have time for themselves.
Yes.
People even have the myth that you not get married. You got men who love to be with ladies who are smart, who can be with
They will even say, oh, if you are with a plus size and she's sick, how will you carry her to the hospital? All these things.
These are some of the bad energies.
These are some of the bad energies. So
we
will have to
Etonam, what is your advice to such people? Like, you know, what message would you tell them? The cyber bullies.
Well, that is how they prefer or they chose to be. They should continue. The advice going there, well, you know, we have individual differences. Maybe the person saying that has love for slim ladies, so he will always be against fat
bad mouthing.
But you have to be focused in life. One, that is how God created us. Well, there may be exercises we can do to keep fit, to keep the body going.
But is it difficult to lose weight?
Oh yeah, it comes to discipline. You know, we have the adipose tissue in our body, and so the more the body feels comfortable in everything, it comes. So you have to work on, especially the knees. Talking about the sex position you asked earlier on.
Yeah.
With the doggy, well, your knee will rest on the bed, but the cowgirl, the missionary, and there is one your man can just sit in a chair, and you sit on top and have control.
That's very good.
Oh. You have to work on the knees.
Not put too much pressure on
them. So the knee should be strong. So that at least, you know, when a man should approach a lady, being plus, there may be perceptions the guy would hear or have about the plus lady then visit him.
Yeah.
So I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong.
And let you know that I can ride.
You
end up running away from the bed.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see.
You see, men love it when they should come to you.
Yeah.
You are
in control.
Raw. In control. You do it.
You do everything.
Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Is it hard to please a plus size woman in bed? Let me start with it. Is it hard to please you?
Well, it's hard to please me personally. I don't know about others, but
okay.
You know, I'm not. It's not easy for me to, you know, reach orgasm. But I love it when we do more romance. That helps me to, you know, when you are having sex, it's a connection with your brain and the body. So I want more romance for me to, you know, connect with myself. Yes, that alone will help me to reach orgasm. But you just start with kissing, then you are hitting there. Forget you go like 1,000 round now. I still not reach. So to me, I think it's really hard to please or satisfy a plus size lady on bed. Yeah,
especially when you don't know how to go around the body.
Yes,
great.
Yes.
Etonam, so whilst reading on the whole love making with a plus size woman. A lady was sharing experiences like the fupa. Raise it, touch it. It's all part of the body.
Yeah.
Don't feel like maybe I'll be offended if you touch it. So what are the right spots to touch?
Oh, the right spots. Let's talk about the breast.
Oh, okay.
The nipple.
The nipples, okay.
The nipple.
You can
the
never go wrong with
earlobes over there.
Okay.
The inner ear, the lips, the nose, even the eye, the eyebrow. Some people have it under the neck.
Okay.
The ankle, wherever. Explore. Oh yes. The back, the waistline over there, the sole of the feet. Oh, oh really?
I like the fact that you're educating people and telling them what really works for you. But when it comes to fetishes, some people will lick my feet maybe and now, and people have crazy things and all that. So if you're a plus size woman and you know exactly, some people just eat me up, just go down on me, I'm going to come and all that. How do you communicate that to your partner for them? Because you don't want them to be selfish. At the end of the day, they are just the ones coming. What about you? So when you have something special, knowing your body, how do you communicate that to your partner?
Well, I think it's communication, and your partner should know you very well. If it's a beginning of a relationship, you should let him know, babe, this is where I love it, how I love it. You know, you should communicate, tell him everything, so that when you are doing it, it shouldn't be like you are shy, he's not doing, your mind will be like, what is this nigga doing? This is not how I want it. How you want it, tell him. How you want him to handle you, tell him. You know, talk to him, communicate with him. If he's not doing it, even in the bed, or on the bed, you should be doing it. If he forgets to suck your nipple, what is his head?
And bring it to the breast.
You know, if you yes, put to me the bone in him, just to bring his mind. Your breast is there. Focus on the breast. You know, and plus size ladies, our nipple, our clit, our ears.
The ears, yes, and also
you know,
mention of the ears.
And then me, I don't have feelings under my feet. You can do whatever I will not. But my nyash,
okay,
the line
especially
between
on
my
the
nyash,
beach.
you know, yes, I have a lot of feelings there. So I love my man to, you know, feel the whole body, you know, play with me, let me feel like, I'm being eaten.
Okay,
you know, the lion is being eaten.
Okay,
you know,
devouring.
Yes, you know, so you have to explore with me. But the communication should be there. He tells you how he wants it. You also tell him how you want it. Yeah, that makes it
so still on the wrapping up. We're wrapping up today's conversation. What are some of the things that a man can do to also please share your part, to please a woman when it comes to the bedroom? Things that really work for you.
So you love me the way I am, and be open up to me. Let me trust who you are. It shouldn't be A tomorrow and B tomorrow.
Okay.
And then there are times I may be moody. You know, sex comes with a state of mind. If I'm stressed, I wouldn't love it. So you have to help me
communication,
bring my mind back, and then it should be pre-informed. You know, if you are my man that will be meeting or doing something in the night, I think in the course of the day, you know,
some naughty chatting,
then
you know,
it is preparing me for the night. Well, we have quickie that is also there, but at least it should come with some sort of communication to prepare me for the game.
Well, me, I don't love to be prepared.
Hey,
when I'm with my man, I mean, the minute I see you, I want to eat you up. So I don't know about you, but always I'm talking naughty with him. I'm trying to spank the ass. I'm trying to make him know that yes, I want to eat you up. When I'm not with you, you can do whatever you want to do.
But then once you are here,
yes,
let's get to business. I love that, ladies. What you brought to fore is so important. The conversation was great. I must say this is one of my best conversations on Moons and Cuddles, just for the fact that we clearing all the misconception and all that. But then before we wrap up, I want you to put out your social media handles and maybe tell us what you do, anything that. I'm sorry.
So Kitamo is a plus size model. I'm an actress. I'm an entrepreneur. I sell stuff, a lot of stuff.
Like clothes,
everything I do. Yes. And my IG handle is Kitamo. Kitamo, Q-I-T-A-M-O-O-R-E.
Yeah.
MOORE Kitamo on because I'm into the competition. Miss SL Plus. So when you are searching, Miss SL Plus will be attached to my name.
Great.
So QITA MOORE Kitamo Miss SL Plus here on IG and also on Facebook Kitamo. Yes.
Yes. Ladies, I wish you the best. But how do you reach you on social media?
Okay, so on Facebook it's Agbenyo Regina Etonam, and on IG Regina Etonam Agbenyo.
Great. I said that you're a practicing vets officer, and then the whole business thing, and all my ladies here into businesses and all that. My cash ladies. So yeah, they've said what they are into. You can contact them on social media, and then you talk business. And when you want to take it further, it's up to you. But today's conversation, we talked about how to have good sex with a plus size woman. We've given you all the tips. We've talked to you a thing or two. So you should utilize the information we've given you here, and then remember that if you want to spice up your relationship, Mosen Cuddles is the best show for you. I am Paula Amabroni. Thanks for watching. I'll be back with another interesting story. See you soon.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like it. £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafio set with Nana Fit on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
of Education subsequently directed all public tertiary institutions to adhere and comply with the 15% increment on academic year 2021-2022 directive from the highest decision-making body of the Republic, the Parliament of Ghana. As of today, the University of Ghana management, in an attempt to illegally extort money from innocent students, has made a decision not to refund extra monies it has charged, with the reason being that relief was given to students in 2019 and as such cannot and will not comply to the directive from the Parliament of Ghana. This is a clear case of gross insubordination and a disgrace to the integrity of the university. What sort of signal does the university management send to students when they flout directives from the Ministry of Education, Parliament of Ghana, and the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission? This unlawful increment has interrupted students' period of study by causing them to defer, and the university management should bow their heads down in shame for introducing a directive that does not only flout the order of the Parliament of Ghana and the Minister of Education, but also has no woeful consideration of the welfare of students. Second, perennial accommodation crisis. The University of Ghana currently admitted about 17,000 first-year students and has provided accommodation for only 6,000 students, leaving over 11,000 students on their own to compete with continuing resident students of the university and students from other neighboring tertiary institutions like IMPA, UPSA, Wisconsin University College, The last time a hall was commissioned on campus was as far back as 2010-2011, which supports Kaba, which are the UGE hosts. Any other host that has sprung up anywhere outside of those campus is allegedly owned by members of the university management, senior members of the university and other private entities. It is because of the negligence of the performance of duties by management that this desperation has been set among students, thereby causing a number of innocent students to be ripped off and stabbed by certain people in and around the university campus. This is evident in the number of prevalent deception cases that have been recorded on campus over the years. A large number of students have been denied their dreams of studying in the premier university, which is the University of Ghana, and subsequently abandoned their programs of study as a result of their inability to acquire accommodation and pay fees in full. The school management has taken advantage of the situation to illegally charge extra and unnecessarily huge amounts of money from students in the name of protocol for students to be placed in halls of residence on campus even before they make legitimate payments for their residential accommodations. Going forward, it is our view that management of the university will use their propositions given to investors who intend to build hostels on campus. Their propositions must be reviewed immediately to attract investors to spend out enough hostels on campus to eradicate the accommodation deficit in the university. Point number 3. Hasty decision on residential policy, bracket in out policy, and the hike in prices of residential accommodations. Today, or currently, management has introduced an in out policy. A policy that was abolished some years ago after it was reviewed to be full of challenges with no accommodation solution. As a result of the introduction of this policy, residents of Commonwealth Hall and no-continuous residents of Mesa Sabah Hall have been moved from their halls over unjustified accusations. It is imperative to note that every student who was removed from the Commonwealth Hall and Sabah Hall had a plan to complete their period of study in the University of Ghana in this halls, and the basis for which students were removed from these halls are unfair and again unjustified. It is not a secret that the basis for which residents of both aforementioned halls were removed to other halls was because of the decision of university management to use these halls to kickstart its new residential policy. The introduction of this obnoxious policy was based on rumors of residents of Komodo allegedly being involved in the classroom campus in August of 2020. Even at the early stages of the supposed manipulation by the hall master and senior tutor of Komodo were asked to step down from their duties as hall master and senior tutor. We did all of these decisions very unfair because no fact-finding committee came up with substantial proof that indeed residents of Commonwealth were involved in the said clash. As such, we are of the view that residents of Commonwealth were wrongfully sent to other halls of residences to pay fees 4 times the amount they used to pay as residents of Commonwealth. This new policy clearly proves that the management of the university, precisely the Vice Chancellor, has failed in ensuring peace and security on campus and should find herself to blame and not the hall master and senior tutor for a clash that has not been proven residents of Commonwealth were involved. We call for the immediate removal of the Vice Chancellor if she continues to find justification in the decision of removing the hall master and senior tutor of Commonwealth as a result of the negligence of a duty of ensuring peace and security on campus, and also upon refusal to accept blame said clash. Last year, residents of traditional halls paid a sum of 854 Ghana cedis for a year as accommodation fees, but this year, university management has increased the prices by more than 75%, and as a result, students have to pay 1,500 cedis a year for traditional halls. Concerning the UGA hostels, the updated prices stand at 3,842 a year minus JCL dues and then fuel living. with last year's price standing at 2,980 per year, representing approximately a 30% increment. These increments are reasonable. Students are suffering and demand clarity. Next point, threat to student leadership. The management of the university has imposed sanctions on their aforementioned halls, Commonwealth Hall and Mensa Sabah, and has abolished junior common room systems in this halls. To wait, student elections in this halls were withheld from happening as at August 2022. It is very evident that the academic discourse community, like the University of Ghana, it is prudent. Student leadership is allowed to suffice. Student leadership has been known to address student concerns over the years, and a policy proposition like that of the decision of the Dean of Students Affairs to call off the JCR elections of both Commonwealth Hall and Mensa Sabah Hall can be seen as very knee-jerking and seeks to eradicate or obliterate student leadership that has solved most of our problems as an institution. This proposition, as directed under the Act of the Dean of Student Affairs, is very nebulous because of the lack of accurate and concrete details for the call-off of the elections. Currently, the first-year students who gain admission into the Commonwealth Hall, for instance, have no access to orientation and guidance from their leaders since there is no existing JCR leadership. When a proposition such as this directive from the Dean of Student Affairs is not given the urgent attention at this embryonic stage and is allowed to continue, it will trickle down to suppress the student leadership in the university and destroy the case of done by students to advocate for their rights. Next point. Alarming heavy armed security presence on campus and student brutalities. The university campus is an educational setting and the presence of heavy security is making students very much uncomfortable. Fear and panic has been set among students and we deem this totally detrimental to our education experience, since the sight of these armed policemen, military and SWAT teams raises a lot of questions on the minds of students. Students of the University of Ghana are being brutalized by the school security every now and then. There is evidence of a particular video that captures a student being manhandled by members of the university security. That notwithstanding, there have been other instances of students being treated wrongly, though those situations have no recordings to show how brutal some of these encounters were. We would like to admonish the university management that students are not slaves and they must be accorded the necessary respect as students to ensure peaceful cohesion between members of the university and students. We want peace. We want peace. Next point, consistent offering of unaccredited courses. Despite the just published 2021 Auditor General's report, which revealed that the University of Ghana has offered scores of unaccredited courses for the year under review. The University of Ghana management has turned deaf ears to the situation and is still rendering several unaccredited courses. This clearly shows how the university management is adamant in adhering to simple directives. Our question is, why is it so hard for the university management to stop offering certain courses if they are unaccredited? Next point. Ban on Hall Week celebrations and hypocritical ban on allowance. The last Hall Week that happened on campus was in March 2020 in Lagos Hall. Since then, students have continued to pay Hall Weeks without hesitation, even though they have not had a feel of what a Hall Week is in a very long time. We want to ask university management the whereabouts of these dues, as Hall Weeks have been halted for close to 3 years. There is a ban on all public gatherings, and as students, we want to know how long this ban is going to take. Students are privy, they are all privy to the cumbersome and bureaucratic processes involved in securing a permit to hold a public gathering on campus. And for this reason, securing a permit from the Dean of Student Affairs for a gathering is tiresome and not properly justified. It is also alleged that the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana receives an amount of about 20,000 cedis every month as allowance for entertainment, and we need clarity to this information. Here are our demands. Number one, students demand a refund of the unlawful monies they have been charged as school fees and the reversal of the unreasonable and exorbitant prices of residential accommodation on campus. Number 2, we demand that management of the university comes up with a clear plan on solving accommodation problems. Lasting solutions have to be meted out to this long-existing problem immediately. Also, starting from this year, every Tom, Dick and Harry, every student wants to see hostels springing up on the university campus. Number 3, students demand that university management reverses their decision on the academic fees and immediately comply to the Minister of Education Directive on the 2021 academic year's fees increment. Demand number 4, we demand an immediate reversal of the in-out-out-out policy, which has proven not to solve the accommodation problems, as rather incur social challenges on students. Number 5, students demand reinstatement of JCRs of both Commonwealth Hall and Mesa Sabah Hall. Continuing students of these halls of residences should be sent back. The hall master and senior tutor of Commonwealth Hall, who are relieved of their duties, should be reinstated immediately. Point number 6. Also, we demand that management shows concern to the rampant cases of scams where innocent students and parents or guardians are robbed of their hard-earned money, and a situation of protocol fees paid by students and parents or guardians to be able to secure accommodation. Point 7. We demand a stop to student brutality. Point 8. We demand the issue of all unaccredited courses resolved immediately. Point 9. We demand that there is a lift of ban on Hall Week celebrations and a lift of ban on the hypocritical ban of public gatherings as well. Your Excellency, as concerned students, we only believe in actions and early change. In light of this, we look forward to your very revered and reputable office stepping in immediately to have all of these problems resolved once and for all. We demand pragmatic solutions now because we are suffering.
I'm happy you said cocoa is not just the backbone, but the oxygen of our economy. Very true. And that's why it appears that the economy is crying out like George Floyd, I can't breathe, because the cocoa sector is really reeling under a lot of pressure. And so our oxygen flow is being cut. 2 million farmers. Are you confident we still have 2 million farmers with what is happening with the sale of our cocoa farms for Galamsey lands?
The number of farmers, yes, but regards land, as I can tell you, there's real, damage being done to a number of cocoa farmlands.
Well, the last question I will ask, but then I will make a comment on what you just said, is now you've set up the fund, have you designated a professional fund manager? Or is this being run under one of your units? Maybe Uncle Ray is the one running the fund as Director FNA, or do you have a proper fund manager? But then on the answer you just gave, and so that you just added up so I don't come back to the issue again, is as Cocoa Board CEO, does it cost you sleepless nights to realize that our cocoa farms are being damaged because of Galamsey, and yet those who are damaging it are going into the planting of cocoa farms? Does it just cost you sleepless nights? But then on the substantive issue, I want to know if you've assigned a fund manager.
Honorable Chair, rightly so, we have a fund manager. This whole thing is being organized under the Board of Trustees for the Farmers Pension Scheme under the Ghana Pensions Authority and NPRA, sorry, National, which is the regulatory body. Chairman, to the secondary issue, Yes, I think everybody, it's not only the Chief Executive of Ghana Cocoa Board, everybody ought to be concerned, including the Honorable Member and the Chair, because it's not just about cocoa farms, it's also about our natural resources, the river bodies in particular. And I'm particularly concerned because when we give ourselves the next 20, 30 years, rivers as we see, Cobra, the Pra, the Ofin, and all those rivers traversing through these cocoa landscapes and then in these maneras will disappear. They are going to disappear because you have a lot of silt being, discharged. And all these rivers are getting silted. They are just being filled with sand and silt. So eventually, they are all going to disappear. Which tells us that in 50 years' time, Ghana will have to be importing water to do everything, because the rivers will be no more. And Cobra will disappear, the Pra will disappear, the Ofin will disappear, the Brim, all these rivers are going to disappear. That's one. The other aspect had to do with ourselves, because we have a lot of mercury also being discharged, which poses a lot of health risk for human beings, not just those who live in these corridors or enclaves, but it extends to those of us even living here in Accra. There's no galamsey taking place in Accra. But for what you know, you go and buy a nice tilapia, for your afternoon lunch. Who knows? Maybe that, tilapia or that redfish has actually swallowed some mercury from the sea or from any of these rivers. You are likely to be affected. So the fight should not just be people who live along these rivers or cocoa farmers. It should be a fight for everybody. And for the cocoa sector in particular, the chairman, now it's difficult for us to even carry on irrigation. You cannot use boreholes to do irrigation. You have to use surface runoff. All over the world, irrigation is done through surface runoff. But all these rivers are polluted, they are contaminated, so that you cannot use such waters. And farmers are now, cocoa farmers now have to, transport water from their homes to the farms. They have to use aboboya to, carry water. It's even making cocoa farming to become very expensive. Chairman,
CEO, I see that you miss your days as an MP, where you had a campaign platform to wax lyrical. Your point has been made.
But Chairman, you know my position in Parliament, when it comes to these issues. Thank you.
Chairman, I know very well. The transfer window for January ended last night, Charlie. There were some big deals that took place. Chelsea fans were very nervous. They had to wait till last minute and all. Charlie, I'm here with my friends Joel and Emmanuel to talk about the transfer window that was closed just last night. Charlie, Joel, the guy has been in some good mood ever since the game.
Yo, and no many deal. Enzo. 11:40 million. Here we go. Let's we'll cry, man.
But Barcelona, they check like they know the market inside crowd.
Hey, now the money they don't get.
They don't be money matter.
It was
me always at the talk say Javier Tebas will be the La Liga president. He worry the La Liga team.
You don't do anything.
But you get like they go by anything.
You don't go by the money. Then the thing I did Tebas talk about it. Spend the money you get. You they're in debt. It left small. They will take the club away.
No, see, EPL teams they don't get salary cap and things, so they get money where they move spend. But for La Liga teams, they get that financial restrictions. So you see, a whole January, about 20 La Liga teams, they spent only 20 million euros. As compared to England, spending over 700 million euros. It's not about money.
Make it talk more.
Are you telling me? Do you want to tell me that Bournemouth has have money than Real Madrid?
In terms, okay, so
it's not about money, but there are restrictions that prevent you from signing big.
Yeah, but see, the restrictions are there because Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, they are in huge debt as compared to the English.
They are not. They are not. If Javier Tebas decide that we are not going to pay or we are not going to live by the salary cap and things, you can have a good wage bill and then get some money, make big money spenders and all that. But for me, I think the financial restrictions is it's not helping at all.
Let's look at some of the interesting transfer deals that took place. For me, I think that some of the deals that really interest me was the fact that Chelsea was able to bring in Enzo, but the amount of money they spent on the youngster, 22-year-old and 120 euros or pounds, Charlie, it's too much. It means like you're insulting the likes of Ronaldo.
It's not too much. It know your money. It no pay anybody money. It be Chelsea we want our money we spend. And then I think that Ima was saying something about the financial cap and all that. It's because the Spanish clubs are in huge debt. Barcelona's debt is more than $1 billion. Chelsea can spend this amount of money because Roman Abramovich has wiped the $2 billion debt away. So they have money that they can spend as compared to all the other English clubs. They are not in debt like Barcelona, Real Madrid, and the likes. And what Chelsea is doing, Arsenal showed us the way when they signed Nicolas Pepe. Up to now, Arsenal is still paying the 70 million for Nicolas Pepe in badges, 5 million this year. It's the same with Enzo Fernandez. What Todd Boehly and the others will pay this year is just 45 million pounds. The remaining money will be paid in 6 years.
They do listen, smart move.
No, it's not about identifying the loopholes.
Yeah, the loopholes in the system. Because if Chelsea is saying they are going to pay the 121 million euro cash down, do you know the amount of tax they will have to pay?
I think that is why they are going to work on it in the next transfer window. But what do you think about it?
I think he worth every penny. He is coming from with a huge profile, being a World Cup winner, being the best young player at the World Cup. That profile alone increases his price. So for me, 120 million in this market, it's okay because we saw Jack Grealish go for 100 million euros. Jack Grealish from Aston Villa, not winning even the FA Cup. He wasn't a winner. Just one season he performed as Aston Villa and then he moved for 100 million. So for Enzo Fernandez, I think it's worth it. 120 million.
One of the surprise transfer deals was Jorginho moving from Chelsea to Arsenal. Will it cement Arsenal's determination to win the league title this season?
Yeah, kind of, because Arsenal needed backups. They've gotten a backup for Martinelli on the right side, so they needed a midfielder. You can't count on Partey, who is injury prone, so you need a backup for him. It's not like he's going to be a starter. He's going to be a backup for Partey. And if you look at Jorginho, he's not that. He's not far away from Partey in terms of qualities because he can control the tempo like Partey. He plays forward passes. He controls and orchestrates the play and all that. So I think he's a good replacement. If they didn't get Caicedo, the right option was Jorginho, and they executed that. For me, the age is what worries me. 31 years, you can only play for two years. You need long term.
Yeah, but in 2022, 2023, that it has been like proven that now football age is just a number. There is Thiago Silva playing at the top. I'm coming. Thiago Silva is playing on the player. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And now it can't be like a justification that the player is 31. So
as we wrap up, let's talk about the Ghanaian players who were able to move in the transfer window. We saw Kamaldeen Suleiman, absolutely one of the biggest transfer deals we had in the transfer window. We've also seen Antoine Semenyo also moved. Guys, your take on that?
I think that quickly, Suleiman, for me personally, I'm
I'm disappointed because if you have a chance to go to RB Leipzig, you play Champions League week in, week out. If it's purely based on footballing reasons, I'm not really happy with him going to Southampton. Though the English Premier League is big, you get billions of people watching you, millions week in, week out. But in terms of his progression, check the place of Southampton on the Premier League table, 19th. Highly possible that they will 20th. Highly possible that they will be relegated at the end of the season. So with the three options that he had, Leipzig, Everton, and then Southampton, I think from where I sit, I don't know the conversation that went on behind the scenes with these respective clubs, but from where I sit, the position of Leipzig, because at Southampton, there is no way you get the European football to play, but I think that it's a good deal between Everton.
Antoine Semenyo moving to Bournemouth from Championship side Bristol City.
Yeah, it's a big move for Antoine Semenyo, and he's one player who has gone through the ranks in England, played from the League 4 up to the Premier League. It's a big move for him. Being British born, growing up in England, playing the Premier League is always the dream, and he has it now. But he has competition in Dominic Solanke, he has competition in Keifer Moore, who has been brilliant for Bournemouth. So I'm looking forward to how he will edge them out from the lineup and then take the place and lead Bournemouth. So I'll be watching Bournemouth every week, hoping that Antoine Semenyo will get some minutes and then have an impact in games. So I'm just wishing him well.
Yeah, so we just heard from my colleagues here from the sports section of GhanaWeb. Well, you can check out more on www.GhanaWeb by also going on to the sports section, and you read a lot about sports over there.
But I'm not going to say Enzo Fernandez.
Enzo Fernandez doesn't flop.
Enzo, then this Friday, you go see something. Enzo at Stamford Bridge against Fulham. Stamford from Fulham. Enzo Fernandez.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been in office, to appoint 4 coaches. Dismiss all of them. First minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stinks. We are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu set with Nana Fit on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Sammy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the media. The Monetary Policy Committee last week held its 110th meeting, the first for the year 2023. The committee deliberated on recent global economic developments and how they contributed to shaping Ghana's macroeconomic conditions in 2022 and assess risks to the outlook for inflation and growth. The committee also took note of progress under the Government of Ghana's Domestic Debt Exchange Program, launched in December 2022, in the context of the ongoing negotiations with the International Monetary Fund for financial support. Below is a summary of the assessment for 2022, the outlook for 2023 and the medium term, and the key issues that inform the committee's decision on the stance of monetary policy. The global economy came under severe strain in 2022 on the back of continued spillovers from geopolitical tensions, continued tightening of monetary policy across countries, even as policy uncertainty heightened amidst fears of recession in the advanced economies. The latest Purchasing Managers' Indices point to broad-based slowdown in economic activity at the end of 2022, especially across advanced economies. In emerging market and developing economies, growth conditions weakened on account of tightened global financing conditions, dampened external demand, and moderated consumer spending as inflation rose. The latest IMF projections show that global growth will further moderate from the projected 3.2% in 2022 to 2.7% in 2023, reflecting mainly growth decline in advanced economies. In the last quarter of 2022, headline inflation started showing signs of easing in some advanced and emerging market economies, supported by declining commodity prices and weaker demand. This notwithstanding, there are underlying inflation pressures from the pass-through effects of past input costs, rising wages, especially in advanced economies, currency depreciation against the US dollar, and rising short-term inflation expectations, which remain major concerns for central banks. Global financing conditions tightened considerably on account of the aggressive policy stance in advanced economies to contain inflation, despite some moderation in rate hikes by the US Federal Reserve Bank in the last quarter of 2022. The European Central Bank, the Bank of England, and other central banks across advanced economies have also signaled intentions to maintain a tight policy stance to control inflation. Equity markets recovered somewhat amid the expectation that inflation had peaked, and central banks might slow the pace of policy rate hikes. Longer-term bond yields declined, while the US dollar lost some ground against major currencies. On the domestic front, inflation remained elevated in 2022, driven by both demand pressures and supply shocks. The two price readings since the last MPC meeting showed a significant jump in headline inflation to 54.1% in December 2022, from 50.3% in November and 40.4% in October 2022. The acceleration in inflation was driven mainly by the lagged effects of the sharp currency depreciation recorded in October. Food and non-food inflation went up significantly. Food inflation surged to 59.7% in December, from 55.3% in November 2022, while non-food inflation rose to 49.9%, from 46.5% over the same comparative period. Underlying inflationary pressures remained similarly elevated. The bank's core inflation measure, which excludes energy and utility, accelerated to 53.2% in November 2022 from 49.7% in November. However, the bank's surveys on consumers, businesses, and the financial sector showed that inflation expectations eased in December 2022. This indicates agents' expectations of moderation in inflationary pressures on the horizon. Economic activity for the first 3 quarters of 2022 was within projections, albeit at a moderated pace than a year earlier. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service showed that the real GDP expanded at an annual rate of 3.6% during the first 3 quarters of 2022, relative to 4.8% during the corresponding period in 2021. Non-oil GDP growth also moderated to 4.3% from 4.7% over the same comparative period. The observed growth outturn was driven by the services and agricultural sectors. Further into the 4th quarter, the bank's high-frequency indicators recorded a moderation in economic activity. The updated composite index of economic activity contracted by 6.2% in November 2022 compared with a growth of 10.2% in the same period of 2021. The major items that weighed down the index during the period were port activity, cement sales, imports, and industrial consumption of electricity. The latest confidence surveys conducted by the bank in December 2022 pointed to some marginal improvement in sentiments. Consumer confidence improved on the back of the recent reductions in ex-pump petroleum prices and transportation fares. Business sentiments also turned positive due to the achievement of short-term targets and optimism about company and industry prospects, following the rebound of the local currency during the month. The survey findings were broadly aligned with observed trends in Ghana's Purchasing Managers Index, which improved to 47% in December 2022 from 44.9% in the previous month. Broad money supply, including foreign currency deposits, grew by 33% in year-on-year terms in December 2022 relative to 12.5% in December 2021. The growth in M2 Plus was driven mainly by significant expansion in the net domestic assets of the depository corporation sector, moderated by a decline in net foreign assets. Reserve money recorded an annual growth of 57.5% relative to 19.9% over the same comparative period. Similarly, private sector credit growth picked up, partly reflecting continued portfolio rebalancing by banks and revaluation effects on foreign currency denominated debt credit. In nominal terms, private sector credit increased by 31.8% in December 2022 compared with 11.2% in December 2021. In real terms, however, private sector credit contracted sharply by 14.5% compared with 1.3% contraction over the review period a year ago. Developments in the banking sector were broadly reflective of current macroeconomic conditions with rising cost of credit due to inflationary pressures and the revaluation-driven balance sheet performance. As a result, the performance of the sector moderated in December 2022 compared with December 2021, with some key financial soundness indicators recording significant declines. Profitability levels in the banking sector have declined, driven by the mark-to-market losses on investments, higher impairments on loans, and rising operating costs. Profit after tax was 3.9 billion Ghana cedis at the end of December 2022, representing an 18.9% contraction year-on-year compared to 12.3% annual growth recorded in 2021. Net interest income grew by 23% to 15.8 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 14.5% in 2021. Net fees and commissions went up by 27.4% to 3.7 billion Ghana cedis from the growth of 24.8% recorded in 2021. Accordingly, operating income increased by 30.9% compared with 14.6% recorded a year earlier. The strong outturn in operating income was, however, moderated by increased operating expenses and provisioning during the year. Operating expenses rose by 32.2% in December 2022 compared to 14.2% in 2021. Provisions also increased sharply by 184% in December 2022 relative to a contraction of 4.7% a year earlier due to the strong uptick in credit growth, elevated credit risks, and the impairments on investments. As a result, profit before tax declined by 13% to 6.4 billion Ghana cedis in December 2022, compared with an annual growth of 22.1% a year earlier. New loans and advances in 2022 increased to 53.7 billion Ghana cedis, reflecting an annual growth of 47.5% compared with a growth of 6.8% in 2021. Trends in financial soundness indicators were mixed, reflecting heightened risks faced by the industry. The industry's capital adequacy ratio declined to 16.6%, but remained above the prudential minimum of 13% as of December 2022, from 19.6% in December 2021, attributed to losses on mark-to-market investments, increase in risk-weighted assets of banks from the high growth in actual credit, and the price effect of the depreciation of the Ghana cedi on foreign currency denominated loans. The sector's profitability indicators, namely the return on equity and the return on assets, also declined during the period, in line with declining profit after tax and profit before tax, respectively. The non-performing loans ratio, however, improved to 14.8% in December 2022 compared to 15.2% in December 2021 on account of high credit growth relative to the increased stock of NPLs between the two periods. Total assets increased to 221 billion Ghana cedis, representing an annual growth of 22.9% in December 2022 compared to a growth of 20.4% a year earlier. Total deposits ended the year at 157.9 billion Ghana cedis, representing an increase of 30.4% in 2022 relative to a growth of 16.6% in 2021. Credit continued to increase, recording a growth of 30.2% to 70 billion Ghana cedis from 53.8 billion Ghana cedis in December 2021. Total investments, on the other hand, contracted by 4.8% to 79.2 billion Ghana cedis in December 2022, relative to a 29% annual growth in 2021, as banks rebalanced asset portfolios. Provisional data on budget execution for the period January to November 2022 indicated an overall broad fiscal deficit cash of 9.8% of GDP against the program target of 6.7% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance for the period was a deficit of 18.8 billion Ghana cedis, that's 3.1% of GDP, against a deficit target of 3.1 billion Ghana cedis, that is 0.5% of GDP. Over the review period, total revenue and grants was 81.8 billion Ghana cedis, 13.3% of GDP, short of the projected target of 84 billion Ghana cedis, that is 11.7% of GDP. Total expenditure of 142.2 billion Ghana cedis, that is 23.1% of GDP, was above the program target of 125.4 billion Ghana cedis, that is 20.4% of GDP. The deficit of 60.4 billion Ghana cedis was financed mainly from the domestic sector. The external sector performance in 2022 was shaped by developments in the global economy. There was a significant improvement in the merchandise trade account, which helped to narrow the current account deficit to 2.3% of GDP from 3.2% in 2021. These gains were, however, negated by huge net outflows in the capital and financial account, due mainly to external factors which caused portfolio reversals and reduced foreign direct investments, resulting in an overall balance of payments deficit and a loss of reserves. Ghana's key export commodity prices remain volatile on the global markets. Average crude oil prices on year-on-year terms increased by 81.3%, rising from $85.5 per barrel in January 2022 to a high of $117.2 per barrel in June on supply concerns, before retreating to $81.3 per barrel in December on the back of reduced demand amid recession fears. Cocoa futures traded largely in the negative during most parts of 2022. Prices peaked at $2,681.11 per ton in February on the back of lower production volumes, and thereafter eased to a low of $2,333.33 per ton in July 2022, owing to weak grind-in data. At the end of 2022, cocoa prices rose to $2,538.6 per ton, representing 2.3% year-on-year growth. Gold prices hit record levels of $1,949.4 per fine ounce in March, benefiting from heightened global uncertainties, but weakened later due to the interest rate hikes and the stronger US dollar, to end the year at $1,796.2 per fine ounce, representing 8.7% annual growth. The trade surplus more than doubled to $2.8 billion in 2022 compared with $1.1 billion in 2021. This was driven by higher exports growth relative to the growth in imports. Total exports increased by 18.2% year-on-year to $17.4 billion, driven by crude oil, gold, and other export earnings. This compares with $14.7 billion export earnings recorded in 2021. Crude oil export earnings reached 5.4 billion, driven by sharp increases in prices from 3.9 billion in 2021, representing an increase of 37.5% in year-on-year terms. Gold exports also increased by 30% to $6.6 billion on the back of increased volumes from small-scale gold production. Cocoa exports, however, declined to $2.2 billion from $2.8 billion, reflecting both price and volume reductions. Other exports, including non-traditional exports, reached $3.2 billion, an increase of 10.2%. The total import bill increased by 7% to $14.65 billion in 2022 due to higher payments for oil and gas imports. Of the total import bill, oil and gas, mainly refined petroleum imports, amounted to $4.7 billion, driven by higher prices compared to $2.7 billion in 2021, representing a 71.3% annual growth. On the other hand, the sharp exchange rate depreciation led to non-oil imports compression of 8.4% to $10 billion, reflecting mainly in consumption and capital goods imports. The improved trade surplus, together with the higher remittances inflow, helped to narrow the current account deficit to $1.64 billion from $2.5 billion in 2021, despite higher payments recorded in the services and income accounts. The capital and financial accounts recorded a net outflow of $2.2 billion compared with a net inflow of $3.3 billion recorded in 2021. The current account deficit, together with the net capital and financial account outflow, resulted in an overall balance of payments deficit of $3.6 billion in 2022, compared to a surplus of $510.1 million in 2021. At the end of December 2022, the stock of gross international reserves stood at $6.2 billion, equivalent to 2.7 months of import cover, from a stock position of $9.7 billion, equivalent to 4.4 months of import cover at the end of December 2021. The net international reserve position stood at $2.4 billion from $6.1 billion over the same comparative period. The local currency came under intense pressure in the year, reflecting the portfolio reversals and lower foreign direct investment inflows, while demand pressures increased. For the year 2022, the Ghana cedi depreciated by 30% against the US dollar after reversals of some of the losses in December. This compares with 4.1% depreciation in 2021. In the year to January 26, 2023, the cedi cumulatively depreciated by 19.1%, 21.4%, and 20.7% against the US dollar, the pound, and the euro, respectively. In comparison with the same period of last year, the cedi had depreciated by 1.5% against the US dollar and appreciated by 0.1% and 0.7% against the pound and the euro, respectively. Summary and outlook. The global economic outlook remains uncertain owing to broad-based and elevated inflation, policy tightening, worsening financing conditions, the need to maintain the tight monetary policy stance to contain inflationary pressures, albeit at a measured pace. Domestic growth conditions softened in 2022 and is projected to moderate further and remain below potential over the near term based on the elevated inflation levels. The updated CIEA showed continued dip in economic activity despite a slight improvement in consumer and business sentiments from the latest surveys. In nominal terms, credit to the private sector rose sharply, but was moderated in real terms by price pressures. There are emerging signs that the current macroeconomic conditions are spilling over to the banking sector. Profitability levels have declined alongside other financial soundness indicators. The latest macro-prudential risk assessments indicated increased pressure on solvency and liquidity of banks ahead of the implementation of the domestic debt exchange program. To moderate the impact on the sector, the Bank of Ghana has announced some regulatory reliefs for banks to help preserve financial stability. The government of Ghana has reached a staff-level agreement with the IMF, which spells out measures that will put the fiscal on the path of consolidation. Consistent with the SLA was the 2023 budget, which has just been passed by Parliament and front-loads the consolidation efforts. Revenue-enhanced measures, such as the VAT increase of 2.5%, the complete removal of benchmark imports, complete removal of the discount on benchmark imports on values on imports, and the review of the e-levy should help improve the revenue outlook. On the expenditure side, the lower capping on transfers to earmarked funds from 25 to 17.5%, and the reduction of budgetary allocation to goods and services, as well as rationalization of executive compensation, should help contain expenditures in 2023. The concerns being expressed in the public domain relating to high government expenditures have been addressed in the SLA and reflected in the 2023 budget. The SLA is also contingent on the domestic debt exchange program and external debt restructuring, which, when concluded and the necessary financial commitments obtained, would allow the presentation of the SLA to the IMF board. The MPC believes that these measures will help restore fiscal and debt sustainability and bring down inflation, as well as help stabilize the currency. In the interim, the MPC sees the need to remain vigilant and moderate liquidity in the system to underpin the macroeconomic adjustments taking place to drive inflation on a downward path. Under the circumstances, the committee decided to increase the policy rate by 100 basis points to 28%.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so ye. unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is Sandy Cigar Coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that why you asked me that question? Within the short time that they've been on office, to appoint 4 coaches, dismiss all of them. First minister should pack some place. He should pack some place.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about football. The money he took, was it enough? How did he spend it? Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Football in this country, to me, does not even exist. Right now, football stakes, they are descending 380 miles per hour.
Catch the new season of Sports Check as Joseph Adamafiu sit with Nana Fit on Thursday, February 9, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.